Chapter 236. To this day, Master Baiyun still didn't know that his wife had been killed by the flame deity, and his daughter had been snatched away by the flame deity. The reason why Ling Xiao hated Old Man Baiyun but didn't hate this person was probably because of this tragic experience. This person was too pitiful. He had worked so hard to raise such an outstanding disciple, a top-notch genius. He wanted to use this opportunity to return to Yuehua school one day. After all, although he was still an outer sect disciple, he was basically exiled. If he didn't make any special contributions, he wouldn't be able to return to the sect. But in the end, it was all in vain. This disciple that he had spent so much effort on was easily snatched away by the other party. Not only that, but this disciple also wanted to cut off his ear as a sign of loyalty. Sigh, how could Ling Xiao not sympathize with such a pitiful person? After all, no matter what, other than being biased, this old man had not done anything too overboard to him. The flame deity was 1,000 times more disgusting than Old Man Baiyun. Not only did he snatch someone else's wisdom bone, but he also trampled on someone else's dignity. He clearly wanted to play Old Man Baiyun to death. It would be fine if there was a deep hatred between them, but the problem was that not only did Master Baiyun not do anything wrong to the flame deity, but he was also very loyal to the flame deity before he joined Yuehua school. Mother Kerr, now even I want to stand up for this Old Man Baiyun. To be honest, he was only Master Baiyun's disciple and didn't have any feelings for him. In addition, Master Baiyun was biased, so he was a little disgusted by this old man. However, when he thought about the diary he had read, Heiso's words, and what he had done today, he had an extremely strong urge to do something. If there was a chance, he had to do something for this pitiful old man. And he probably had to do something now. Making a feud with Heiso was making a feud with the flame deity. Whether he admitted it or not, the flame deity would treat him as Master Baiyun's disciple. It would be impossible for him to completely cut ties with Old Man Baiyun in this life. So in fact, standing up for Old Man Baiyun was also for his future. Thank you, Senior! Ling Xiao looked at the purple-dressed woman and cupped his hands. Haha, Senior? I'm not much older than you. The woman smiled, then waved her hand and said, Heiso's not to mention, even if I didn't arrive just now. With your movement technique, you might have exhausted him to death. You're flattering me. Since you're not much older than me, I'll call you Senior. You're really familiar with people. Forget it, I'm here today to take Yishui away. You have a good relationship with her, so you should help me persuade her. The woman in purple woman. You senior sister seniors. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and said, Sister, I don't seem to understand. Calm. UTS right. The purple-dressed woman smiled and said, This time, elder sister, I came to take Yishui away for her own good. For her own good? Yes. She's from the soul race. She's not qualified to enter the 12 sects. You humans, ninjas, blue eyes, and barbarians were one family 100,000 years ago. But our soul race isn't. The purple-dressed woman continued. Think about it. You can enter the sects to improve your strength. What about her? That's right. But Senior, you have to make me believe that you won't harm Senior Sister Senior's Senior, right? Ling Xiao frowned. That's simple. Yishui, come over and take a look as well. Back then, something happened to the soul race. You were sent to Tianfeng City to be fostered. It was originally to seek refuge. Now that everything is over, it's time for you to return and inherit the family business. As the purple-dressed woman spoke, she took out a mirror. At this moment, Ling Yishui walked over. She and Ling Xiao looked into the mirror together. An image appeared in the mirror. This is a tool that only our soul race can create. It can seal memories inside and play them. The purple-dressed woman explained. From the image in the mirror, it could be seen that Ling Yishui's family had encountered a disaster. She was sent away to protect Ling Yishui. Now that her family had returned to normal, she naturally should go back. Is this all true? Ling Xiao still didn't dare to relax. It's true. It's all true. After Ling Yixue saw the entire image, her face was already covered in tears. These images completely unlocked the memories in her mind. It turned out that the powerful soul power in her body didn't belong to anyone else but her father. Since Ling Yixue said it was true, Ling Xiao didn't need to say anything. Senior sister Yixue didn't have much lifespan because she forcefully increased her cultivation. I can see that. But it doesn't matter. What your 12 sects have, our soul race has. What your 12 sects don't have, our soul race has. It's very easy to let Yixue advance to the transcendent realm in a short period of time. The purple-dressed woman smiled. Then I'm relieved. Senior sister Yixue, although I miss you, it's clear that it's better for you to go back with this sister. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yixue and said, Junior brother, why don't you come with me to the soul race? You've offended Heisua and the flame deity. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the Yuehua school anymore. Ling Yixue said. Senior sister, you should know very well that the soul race's martial arts are very different from the human race's martial arts. I'll definitely go to the soul race, but not now, Ling Xiao said with a smile. As for Heisua and the flame deity, they're just stronger enemies. I've long been used to this kind of challenge. It's nothing. All right then. You must stay alive. Ling Yixue didn't speak much and didn't know how to say anything that moved her heart. Her thoughts were very simple. Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. He had already surpassed her by a lot. If this continued, she was afraid that she would never be able to catch up to Ling Xiao. She wouldn't even have the qualifications to protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, she wanted to return to the soul race and become stronger. Of course. Senior sister, you have to become stronger too. Who knows, I might need your protection when I go to the soul race in the future. Ling Xiao really couldn't bear to part with her, but he didn't show any reluctance on his face. This was because he knew very well what was best for Ling Yixue. Little brother, we'll meet again someday. The purple-dressed woman grabbed Ling Yixue's shoulder and instantly disappeared into the distance. Her speed was clearly faster than Heisua's. No wonder Heisua was so afraid of her. Ling Xiao, where's Master? At this moment, someone finally dared to ask about Master Bai Yun's whereabouts. Don't worry. I've hidden Master. I'm going to bring him back now. Ling Xiao concealed his figure and aura again. When he appeared again, Master Bai Yun was already on his back. At this moment, Master Bai Yun's aura was stable and he was gradually recovering. It seemed like the mountain river realm was really a treasure land. It actually had the effect of healing injuries. Although this passive recovery was still relatively slow, at least old man Bai Yun wouldn't die. Dai Yuling hurried over and used her medical skills to treat Master Bai Yun. Moments later, Master Bai Yun woke up. Although he was no longer in danger, his eyes were filled with darkness and despair. Chapter 237. Master, why are you still talking about that bastard? Heisua was injured by Ling Xiao's void-piercing strike. Coupled with the appearance of the soul race experts, those two fellows fled in a sorry state. Shi Lei also woke up at this time. This guy had a straightforward personality, but he was definitely a righteous and loyal young man. In his eyes, Mingtian's actions were worse than a bastard's. Master Bai Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then returned to its previous gloominess. Ling Xiao, I don't have much to say. In short, I was blind. I only cared about talent and forgot about the most basic martial arts of a martial artist. I'm sorry for what I did to you. If you're willing, one of the 3 spots will definitely be yours. Although Master Bai Yun was still alive, his heart was completely dead. Therefore, there was no need for him to be courteous with Ling Xiao. These words were purely from the bottom of his heart. Sigh, after offending Heisua, I can only accept this biased master of yours. Ling Xiao sighed. The atmosphere was slightly less oppressive because of his words. Master Bai Yun's mood seemed to have improved a little, but that despair was difficult to eliminate in a short period of time. Master, I think we should let everyone fight for the 3 spots. Otherwise, there will definitely be people who won't be convinced, Fei Yu suddenly said. What's there to be convinced about? Ling Xiao killed Zueling. Which one of you can do it? If it wasn't for him, even Master's ears would have been cut off by that bastard Ming Tian. You're still not convinced? Shirley roared. Then we can fight for the remaining 2 spots, right? Fei Yu also knew that no matter if it was Ling Zhao's strength or contributions, there was no need to doubt. There was no way to fight with him. Didn't you give 1 spot to an outsider? Zhu Hua asked. I won't give it up now because it's meaningless. Master Bai Yun explained. I told you before that the 3rd spot was given to someone else. Now I can tell you who it was given to. It's the disciple of one of my senior brothers. The reason why I gave it to him was because I was afraid that you would be suppressed by the demonic flames in the Yuehua school. My senior brother is a Transcendent Stage 8 expert, so he should be able to protect you. However, as you all know now, Mo Yen is already a Sky Human Realm expert. That senior brother of mine would definitely not dare offend him. Thus, this spot is now empty. Aside from Ling Xiao, everyone else should prepare to fight for it. Master, do you think the flame deity will make things difficult for us after we enter Yuehua school? Dai Yuling asked. With his personality, he definitely will. However, the few of you don't have much potential. That person is very conceited. As long as you don't perform well enough, he won't bother with you. Instead, keeping you around will make him feel superior, Grandmaster Bai Yun explained. From his words, one could tell how desperate Grandmaster Bai Yun was. He didn't believe that any of his remaining disciples would be able to make a name for themselves in Yuehua school. Even entering Yuehua school wouldn't be easy. Perhaps Ling Xiao could succeed. After all, that kid was very cunning and intelligent. However, if they wanted to perform well enough to attract the flame deity's attention, it would be impossible. Therefore, Grandmaster Bai Yun could only say that he had done his best and left the rest to fate. He would just treat it as a little compensation for his disciples after going through this disaster. As for his disciples, they were also considering the choice they would face next. Even if they were recommended to enter Yuehua school, would it really be a good thing? What they would face in the future might be suppression and difficulties from the flame deity and his henchmen. Although it might not be too excessive, they definitely wouldn't be able to cultivate normally like the other disciples. This path of cultivation would be full of thorns and it would be very difficult. It could be said to be hell mode. In Heavenly Ninja Academy, after careful consideration, the 5 people chose to leave. They didn't want to be tied to this broken worship by Grandmaster Bai Yun. As long as they returned to the Ninja Academy, they would have other opportunities to join other sections. This path was too unwise for them. Well, it seems like there's no competition now. Ling Xiao already has a spot, Ling Yixue left, and I'm from the Elephant Clan. I'm not qualified to enter the 12 sects. I'll probably have to leave soon. The only ones left are Dai Yuling and Cold Plum. Shirley smiled and said, You two are really lucky. However, you have to think carefully about the difficulties you'll have to go through. If you really don't want to go, come with me to the Elephant Clan. I still have some power there. I can guarantee that you'll get enough cultivation resources, but it might not be as good as the 12 sects. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Sure. I really want to see how far I can go on this path of cultivation under the suppression of the other party. Anyway, I can't let that bastard Naruto be so proud. Although Dai Yuling was a girl, she was very decisive and never hesitant. I'll go wherever young master goes. Cold Plum's answer was even simpler. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Of course I'll go to the Yuehua school. Otherwise, Heisuo and the flame deity will be disappointed. He didn't have the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. This was because he realized that the greater the pressure and the more difficulties there were, the more the potential of the mountain river martial soul would be stimulated. With so many benefits, how could he give it up? Grandmaster Bai Yun saw the expressions of these disciples and a smile finally appeared on his face. However, what followed was a helpless sigh. He was very clear about the hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness of young people. However, as an experienced person, he was very clear that such a choice wasn't optimistic or smart. The reason why he didn't say it was because he didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of his disciples. Hopefully, a miracle would happen. All right, since the quota has been decided, the three of you can go and rest first. Ling Xiao, you stay for a while. I have something to tell you. Perhaps because of the setback, Grand Master Baiyun was more amiable than before. It was as if he was about to say his last words. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes." After Shirley and the others left, Grand Master Baiyun looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Have you read the diary in the technique hall?" Ling Xiao nodded a little awkwardly and said, "Yes." "Since you've read it, you should know about my past." Grand Master Baiyun sighed and said, "To be honest, I nurtured Mingtian and Zhueleng with impure intentions. I hoped that they could surpass the flame deity and avenge me." "Understandable." Ling Xiao didn't think much of it. It was right and proper for a disciple to avenge his master. If Master Baiyun treated him well enough, like how he treated Mingtian and Zhueleng, he would definitely not shirk his responsibility. Mo Yen took away my wisdom bone and is suspected of killing my wife and daughter. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Grand Master Baiyun smiled helplessly and said, "Unfortunately, revenge is an extravagant hope. Everything is over. Master, you still don't know that your daughter is not dead, right?" Ling Xiao was considering whether to tell Grand Master Baiyun about this. After all, it would be like rubbing salt on Grand Master Baiyun's wound. However, after some consideration, he decided to tell him because he realized that Grand Master Baiyun had suicidal tendencies. Once a person's heart was dead, it was very likely that he would commit suicide. Although telling him this would make Grand Master Baiyun suffer more, it might save his life. "Not dead? Who told you?" Grand Master Baiyun asked in surprise. "Hey So!" Chapter 238. Ling Xiao's words made Master Baiyun's originally gloomy eyes finally brighten up. Lahi's daughter was not dead yet. This might be his last hope to live. "Ling Xiao!" Master Baiyun was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he pressed Ling Xiao's shoulder with both hands and said, "Help me! Help me save my daughter! I'm willing to exchange everything for it." There was a hint of desperation in his voice. He couldn't do it. He would never be able to get his wisdom bone back, let alone save his daughter. Because his aptitude had reached its limit, his heart was not as strong as before. He needed a younger, more talented, and smarter person to help him. "Master, my potential isn't that high. I might not even be able to defeat Mingtian, let alone heavenly venerate Demon Flame," Ling Xiao said lightly. "No, even if it's only a slim chance, I'm willing to gamble. My daughter must not fall into the hands of that beast, absolutely not." Master Baiyun certainly knew that Ling Xiao's potential was not as good as Mingtian's. He did not expect this matter to succeed. But in his opinion, Ling Xiao was a very cunning person. He had already created many unbelievable miracles. Maybe there was still a chance. Ling Xiao listened to Master Baiyun's words and laughed in his heart. A slim chance? Did this mean that there was not even a 10% chance? Master, you may not be underestimating me, Ling Xiao. Not to mention that my potential is not inferior to his. Even if I'm really less than 5 stars like you think, killing him is still more than a slim chance. As for the flame deity, the celestial realm did sound very scary, and people did not dare to look up. But from the first level of the martial vein to the late stage of the 8th level, Ling Xiao had experienced too many things. He believed that he would be able to advance to the celestial realm sooner or later. The flame deity, what did he have to fear? "Did you cultivate the heavenly dragon golden body?" Master Baiyun suddenly asked. Ling Xiao knew that this matter could not be hidden from this master, so he did not lie. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, I just broke through to the 3rd level." "You have already cultivated to the 3rd level. The heavenly dragon golden body is only at the 6th level. You really surprised me," Master Baiyun exclaimed. "Master, you flatter me." No. I'm not exaggerating. You have to know that the heavenly dragon golden body exists in the Yuehua sect as well. However, none of the disciples managed to cultivate it to level 3 and above. Master Baiyun shook his head and said, Only by cultivating the heavenly dragon golden body to the 6th level can you obtain the Dragon Emperor's protective body art, which is even stronger than the other two. Until now, no one in the Yuehua sect had ever succeeded in cultivating this set of defensive martial arts. And you may be the first. At this point, even Master Baiyun's face had a touch of ecstasy. Although he had never seen the Dragon Emperor's protective armor, he knew very well how terrifying this defensive martial art was. Once successfully cultivated, even a celestial realm expert would not be able to do anything to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was shocked. He thought that the heavenly dragon golden body was already a high-level martial art among the master-level martial arts. He did not expect that there was a stronger martial art in the same series. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor's protective armor was the final form of this defensive martial art? But what level of martial art would it be? Could it be that there was a more powerful secret martial art above the master level? Of course, if you want to get the Dragon Emperor's protective armor, you must become one of the best among the inner disciples of Yuehua school. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to learn this martial art. That shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, If Mingtian can become an inner disciple of Yuehua school, I will only be stronger than him. Where did you get such confidence? Master Baiyun was very puzzled. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiao said, Master, has your 7-star flower grown? He had thought about it. Before entering Yuehua school, he must make Master Baiyun have expectations of him. Then, Master Baiyun would focus on him like how he treated Mingtian. In this way, his improvement should be faster. The best way to do this was to let Master Baiyun see his true potential. Master Baiyun was stunned for a moment. He nodded and said, It has grown into 7 flowers. Why do you ask? Do you want to test it again? That's what I want to do. Ling Xiao thought to himself. You didn't really test my potential before. You said that I can't do it. If I test it again, I'm afraid you won't have any hope. You won't give me the best thing, right? Master Baiyun looked at Ling Xiao. Although he did not know what this kid was thinking, since the relationship between them had improved, he had to give it his all. Since he had placed his hopes of revenge and saving his daughter on this kid, he decided to test it again. Thinking of this, he took out the 7-star flower. Ling Xiao cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. Buzz! At that moment, the 7-star flower shone brightly. 1 flower lit up with 3 colors. 2 flowers lit up with 3 colors. Then 3 flowers, 4 flowers, 5 flowers. During the last test, because the 7-star flower was broken, there were only 4 flowers. Therefore, the situation could not be seen at all. At that time, Master Baiyun's evaluation of Ling Xiao was that his 3 potentials had reached 9 out of 4 stars, the same as Dai Yuling's. But today, 5 flowers lit up at once, and they were all 3 colors. This shocked Master Baiyun. Your potential is actually 3 colors and 5 stars. I really misjudged you. It seems that you have broken away from the mortal body and advanced to the treasure body. Master Baiyun said excitedly. Although there was still a big gap between his potential and Mingtian's and Zwiling's, after all, he already had the absolute qualifications to advance to the master state. At this moment, there was more spirit in his eyes that were originally filled with despair. He was even more excited than when he heard that his daughter was still alive. Master, why are you in such a hurry? Ling Xiao smiled. The colors of the 7-star flower continued to change. 6 flowers! 7 flowers! 7 stars! And it's all 7 stars. This is incredible. Your potential is even stronger than Mingtian and Zwiling. I really was blind. Why didn't I listen to Lin Zai's words? I really regret it. Master Baiyun's whole body was trembling. He had never seen someone with such potential at the peak of 7 stars. Even Empyrean Demon Flame couldn't achieve this. Master, you don't have to regret it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Let bygones be bygones. The reason why I am willing to take the test again today is to tell you that I still have a high chance of completing the task you gave me. I just don't know what benefits you can give me. Don't worry. As long as I can give you something, I will give it all to you." Master Baiyun had never been as anxious as he was now. He really wanted to go back in time so that he could pass on his lost knowledge to Ling Xiao. Chapter 239. Knowing Ling Xiao's true aptitude, Master Baiyun really did his best to cultivate him. Although a lot of resources were wasted on Ming Tian and Zhueling, because Ming Tian and Zhueling did not focus on cultivating their bodies, there were still about 10 Qianyuan bone-changing pills. In addition to nearly 500 mid-grade spirit stones and about 100 high-grade spirit stones, it was definitely enough for Ling Xiao to improve his cultivation before going to Yuehua school. With the Qianyuan bone-changing pills, Ling Xiao naturally focused on the cultivation of Sky Dragon Golden Body. The two doppelgangers respectively cultivated Divine Prison King Fist and Snow Lotus Sword Art. Needless to say, Divine Prison King Fist was currently his strongest barehanded attack, and once it was cultivated to perfection, it would automatically evolve into a transcendent martial art. Snow Lotus Sword Art focused on comprehension, so pills were not of much help. It was enough to let his doppelgangers slowly comprehend it. His main body was naturally focused on the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Ever since he learned that there was still the Dragon Emperor's protective armor above the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, he was even more motivated to cultivate. This time, Master Baiyun had been guarding him. So Ling Xiao had the courage to take 3 Qianyuan bone-changing pills at once. Even if something happened during the process, there was a transcendent martial artist to help him, so there was no need to be afraid. This was the advantage of having a master. The Qianyuan bone-changing pills effect was very overbearing. One pill could make people want to die. After using it, the whole body's bones would be shattered and reborn. That kind of pain really made people feel like they were better off dead. Taking 3 pills at once, the effect was naturally even more terrifying. Most people would not dare to do so. But Ling Xiao not only cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, but he could also use gold to repair his body. Moreover, he also cultivated the Sky Dragon golden body to the 3rd level, so his injury recovery speed was much faster. In addition, Master Baiyun, a transcendent martial artist, was guarding him. So he dared to go crazy. 3 days later, with the help of Master Baiyun, he successfully went through a hellish torture and finally completely dissolved the terrifying effect of the Qianyuan bone-changing pill. But to fully absorb and digest it, it would still take a period of time. At this time, Master Baiyun had already left because what Ling Xiao needed to do next was to absorb the remaining effect of the pill and recover his body. There was not much point for him to stay here. Shirley had left Sky Cloud City yesterday, and he should have returned to the Elephant Clan. Dai Yuling and Ling Mei were both at the critical moment of improving their cultivation. He couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other, so he went out to stand guard for them. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes he had made in the past, so he tried his best to ensure that he could be extremely benevolent to his enemies. The effects of 3 Heaven Essence bone-changing pills were truly astonishing. It directly allowed Ling Xiao's Heavenly Dragon Golden Body to advance to the peak of the 3rd level. It Qianyuan to you, it would not to breakthrough body. He still had 7 or 8 Heaven Essence bone-changing pills. If he used all of them, he would be able to break through. However, he couldn't rush it yet. He had to wait for his body to adapt to his current level of toughness before he could take his time. He was anxious to raise his ability, but he also understood that some things could not be rushed. Besides that, the additional benefit of these 3 Qianyuan bone-changing pills was that his cultivation had already advanced from the late stage of the 8th level to the peak of the 8th level. He was getting closer to the 9th level of the martial vein. There were only 20 days left before Yuehua School's enrollment expansion. Master Baiyun said that it would take at least 4 to 5 days to rush from Sky Cloud City to Yuehua School. If something happened along the way, it might take even longer. So he reminded the 3 disciples to set off 10 days earlier. Now Ling Xiao only had 10 days left to raise his cultivation. In these 10 days, Ling Xiao tried his best to consolidate the cultivation of the Sky Dragon Golden Body. At the same time, he continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus Sword skill and God Prison King's Fist. 9 days later, Ling Xiao felt that his body had already adapted to the peak of the 3rd level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. And he had finally comprehended the 3rd move of the God Prison King's Fist, Impermanence Twist. When he executed the palm technique, his soul power would automatically cooperate and cause the enemy to hallucinate, as if they were being chased by the black and white impermanence from hell. This palm technique was still able to cause physical and mental torture to the enemy. This terrifying effect was something that many extraordinary martial arts could not achieve. In addition, after absorbing the experience of the extraordinary martial arts displayed by He Suo and Master Bai Yun during the battle, he had finally successfully condensed the 2nd move, Melting Water. The 1st move, Flying Snow, was extremely fast and had a good freezing effect. The 2nd move, Melting Water, was able to form a strange force field, causing the opponent to lose their balance and state. It could be said that once this move was executed, the weaker opponents would not even be able to get close to him. In addition, Ling Xiao had an unexpected gain. The number of golden dragon cells in his body had already reached 20. In other words, just relying on these 20 golden dragon cells, he had an extra 2,000 pounds of strength compared to the average practitioner. This was simply heaven-defying for practitioners below the extraordinary martial arts realm. One had to know that even Master Bai Yun, who had just broken through to the extraordinary martial arts realm, did not have more than 10,000 pounds of strength. What did it mean to have an extra 2,000 pounds of strength? After coming out of seclusion with satisfaction, Ling Xiao went to find Master Bai Yun. At this time, Dai Yuling and Cold Plum were still in seclusion. According to Master Bai Yun, Dai Yuling had broken through to the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein realm, and Cold Plum had also advanced to the early stage of the 8th level of the martial vein realm. They should be coming out of seclusion soon and should be consolidating their cultivation. Ling Xiao was very happy with the progress of his 2 friends. Master, disciple has some questions. I hope Master can answer them. Ling Xiao saw that Dai Yuling and Cold Plum had not come out of seclusion and could not go to Yuhua school now, so he took the opportunity to ask some questions in his heart. Oh? Tell me. Master Bai Yun's complexion was gradually recovering, and his spirit was much better. Although his 7-star aptitude was not the best in the 12 sects, it was enough as long as he was stronger than Ming Tian and the Flame Deity. He firmly believed that Ling Xiao could help him do what he wanted to do but could not. Master, you said before that there is a stronger Dragon Emperor protective art above Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, but disciple does not understand. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body is already a transcendent martial art, and it should be one of the stronger transcendent martial arts. Why is there a stronger defensive martial art above it? Master Bai Yun smiled and said, That's a good question. Well, those 2 kids have also come out of seclusion. Let's talk about it when they arrive. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. After a while, Dai Yuling and Cold Plum also arrived at the True Spirit Palace. Master Bai Yun gestured for the 2 to sit down, and then said, In your opinion, are there 2 types of martial arts, secular martial arts and transcendent martial arts? The 3 of them nodded. Chapter 240. Master Bai Yun said with a smile, The real complete martial arts actually starts from the extraordinary martial arts that you mentioned. This is called gold grade martial arts in the sect. Above it, there are 3 grades, Jade grade, Celestial grade, and Divine grade. It can't be. Most of the martial arts that we worked so hard to cultivate are actually incomplete. Dai Yuling was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was not surprised. In fact, he had already noticed this. When the Mountain River martial spirit analyzed and practiced these martial arts, it had already given him a reminder. However, the Mountain River martial spirit did not know what the complete version of these martial arts were. Therefore, he could only cultivate it first. Although it was an emasculated or simplified version of the martial arts, it should not be considered incomplete. It was just more suitable for ordinary people to cultivate. It was just that the degree of complexity was different, and the level that could be cultivated was different. It was estimated that when Ling Xiao entered the sect in the future, he might encounter many martial arts that he had cultivated before. However, the level of these martial arts would be completely different. Gold grade, jade grade, celestial grade, and divine grade. These were the real grades of martial arts. That's right, immortal grade and divine grade martial arts currently do not exist in the Heavenly Dragon continent. The human world once encountered a catastrophe. These two types of martial arts disappeared along with martial spirits. Martial spirits can still be awakened, but I'm afraid that such high-level martial arts can only be found in other continents. Master Baiyun said with pity. Well, Ling Xiao, this is the end of the question. Actually, I don't know much about these things. After you join the Yuehua school, I'm afraid you will get more information and materials than I do. Maybe I will need your help. Master Baiyun changed the topic and said, Next, we will go to the Yuehua school. Before we go, there are some things that I need to tell you. This will be very important to you. Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum knew very well that Master Baiyun was going to impart his experience. After all, Master Baiyun had been in the Yuehua school before. Although he was a failure, the more failures he had, the more experience he would gain. There was no harm in listening to him. The three of them listened very carefully, because this might be related to their future path of martial arts. If you're lucky enough to enter Yuehua school, the first thing you have to do is to keep a low profile and work hard on your cultivation. The status of an outer sect disciple is very low. Although the sect has a rule that forbids inner sect disciples from killing each other, if an outer sect disciple is crippled, there won't be any problems. The higher-ups won't even look into it. What I mean is, try not to show off in the outer sect. Instead, try to keep a low profile until you become an inner sect disciple. The three of them understood Grand Master Baiyun's words. After all, the flame deity had a very high status. If he saw that Grand Master Baiyun's disciples were all trash, he would probably be happy to keep them. When he was unhappy, he could trample on them for fun. If his aptitude was too good, then he might really trigger the flame deity's killing intent. At that time, it would be very easy for them to be accidentally killed. Once you become an inner sect disciple, your status in the sect will greatly increase. At that time, you have to show off your strength as much as possible. The better your aptitude and the stronger your strength, the more protection you will receive from the sect. At that time, even the flame deity won't dare to touch you easily. Ling Xiao nodded. According to his experience in the Ling family, this was indeed true. There's another thing you have to pay attention to. Once your aptitude is exposed, don't be arrogant. At that time, if there are elders or powerhouses of the same level who want to rope you in, you can join them if you think it's enough. Grand Master Baiyun suddenly became serious. This is very important. I've seen many geniuses who were extremely arrogant. They didn't give face to anyone and didn't put anyone in their eyes. In the end, not long after, they died in the middle of a mission. Although they were killed by external enemies, it was obvious that no one was willing to help them. Not only would that not help them, but it would also increase the number of enemies. One Empyrean demon flame is already enough for you to deal with. If there's an elder-level enemy, you're dead for sure. So you must remember, no matter what, you must always learn to pick a side. Being neutral in the sect is the stupidest thing to do, especially when you already have enemies. Remember all of this? Yes. In fact, what Grand Master Baiyun said was something that Ling Xiao had experienced personally. This was the way he survived in the Ling family. First, he hid his strength and bided his time. Then, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Then, he found second Master Ling to back him up. After going to the Yuehua school, although the place was bigger and the opponents were stronger, the things he had to do didn't change. Okay, since you've remembered it, pack up a little and set off immediately. Time waits for no one. The earlier we get there, the earlier we can prepare. Grandmaster Baiyun stood up and said, "Yes, Grandmaster." Ling Xiao and the other two returned to their rooms and packed up a little. Then they went back to bid farewell to the Baiyun Monastery Master and Lin Zhe. Because time was tight, no one said much. Before leaving, Lin Zhe and the Baiyun Monastery Master gave the three of them the spiritual stones and true elemental pills that they had painstakingly accumulated. There were low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spiritual stones. Most of the true elemental pills were low-grade, but they were very effective in recovering true elemental pills. After that, the three of them returned to the Baiyun Monastery and followed Grandmaster Baiyun to the Yuehua school. The three of them didn't take a carriage or ride a horse. Instead, they chose to walk. Based on their light body techniques, their speed was much faster than a 1,000-mile horse. It was even faster than some demonic beasts. Plus the true elemental pills which could recover their true elemental pills, with a little rest, they could travel 1,000 miles in a day easily. Yuehua School was thousands of miles away from Sky Cloud City. Based on the three of them's speed, they estimated that they would take 7 to 8 days to reach. This was the reason why Grandmaster Baiyun was in a hurry to set off. 7 days passed by quickly and they didn't meet with any trouble along the way. After all, they had the Transcendence following them. If they met any ordinary demonic beasts, they could easily get rid of them. On the morning of the 8th day, the sky was still dark. The four of them arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. The sky had just turned white, and with the help of the faint light, they could see that this place was like a paradise on earth. Heavens, is this where Yuehua School is located? The air here makes one feel energetic, as if there's some miraculous healing effect. Dai Yuling couldn't help but sigh. And the entire mountain is filled with spiritual herbs. These are hard to find in places where ordinary people live. This is just the border. There's another 100 miles or so before we reach the foot of the mountain where Yuehua School is located. When we reach there, you will understand why the hidden sects are so fascinating to practitioners. Grandmaster Baiyun smiled and increased his speed as he rushed forward. Although the journey here was treacherous and there were many places with steep cliffs, but to him and the other three, it wasn't much. Chapter 241. As far as the eye could see, there was a long flight of stairs. There were thousands of stone steps. At the foot of the mountain was the huge plaque of Yuehua School. There were disciples guarding it all year round. Ordinary people couldn't enter at all. As for the other directions of Yuehua Mountain, they were really steep cliffs. Even ordinary birds couldn't fly over them, let alone martial artists. Therefore, there was only one way to enter Yuehua Mountain. Unless you reached the celestial realm and could really fly. Otherwise, even if you had a flying-type martial soul, you couldn't cross it because the quality of the energy in your body was too poor. Let's go. We're already late. Master Baiyun was originally afraid that they would be late, so he asked his disciples to set off 10 days in advance. However, when they arrived, they found that there were already hundreds of people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Among them, those under the age of 20 should be the geniuses who came to participate in the exam. As for those over the age of 20, they were probably accompanying these young people. After all, the journey was dangerous. Ling Xiao and the other two followed Master Baiyun to the foot of the mountain. Old man Baiyun, how have you been? Su Ling. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they heard someone calling Master Baiyun's name in a very disrespectful tone. Master Baiyun looked up and couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Xiao also looked at that person. This person was about 40 years old. His cultivation was probably not inferior to Master Baiyun's. In fact, the most surprising thing was that there were 4 people standing beside him. 3 of them were familiar faces. Shu Hua, Dia Wu, Lu Xing. As for the other person, he was very unfamiliar. He looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. He was dressed very gorgeously. Looking at his cultivation, he was actually much stronger than the other 3. He was already at the early 9th level of the martial vein. His aptitude seemed to be on par with Ming Tian and Zhuo Ling. Ling Xiao knew about Su Ling. On the way to Yuehua School, Master Baiyun gave them a brief introduction of the current situation of the Tianlong continent, especially the general situation of the transcendent warriors. Su Ling was the only transcendent warrior in the ninja clan. The young girl at the early 9th level of the martial vein was his daughter, Su Ying. In shinobi, Su Ling is the imperial family, the true successor of Su Dao. What was interesting was that Su Ling was also a disciple of Yuehua school, but his status was higher than Master Baiyun's, so he had 4 recommendations. Old man Baiyun, there's no need to be so agitated. You and I did have some grudges in the past, but since the sect is expanding, we belong to the disadvantaged group. It's better to cooperate sincerely. I won't introduce the other 3. This is my daughter Su Ying. Her potential isn't any worse than Ming Tian and Zui Ling. As he spoke, Su Ling was rather proud of himself. Originally, he was hesitant about who to recommend. Who would have thought that White Cloud would be targeted by the flame deity, which led to the departure of several ninja clan's disciples. Although Zhu Hua, Diao Wu, and Lu Xing's potential couldn't compare to Su Ying's, since they were recruiting, they should still have a chance of entering the sect. There were actually quite a few people who harbored such thoughts. Ling Xiao casually glanced around. Among the youths at the foot of the mountain, the oldest was just 20 years old, and the youngest was only 12 or 13 years old. The strongest was already at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, but he was already 20 years old. The weakest was at the 7th level of the martial vein, and these children were only 12 or 13 years old. In other words, they came to participate in the exam to compete for potential, not strength. Facing these geniuses, Ling Xiao didn't have any emotional fluctuations. He was only 14 years old and was already at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, and this was because he had delayed for more than a decade. The real cultivation began when he was 13 years old. Otherwise, his cultivation would have been heaven-defying. After all, it had only been a little more than a year, and he had advanced from the 1st level of the martial vein to the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. In terms of potential, he wasn't afraid of anyone. All of these youths were basically geniuses gathered by the Yuehua school's outer disciples. Because the Yuehua school's territory was in northern Han, most of the geniuses came from northern Han. There were also some geniuses from the ninja clan, the Jade-Eyed clan, and the barbarian clan. Of course, there were also geniuses from other countries of the sacred dynasty. It was just that their numbers were relatively small. The 4 princes and 1 princess of northern Han have all come. I wonder how many of them will be chosen. Dai Yuling pointed at a few people surrounded by the crowd. Ling Xiao followed his finger and looked. In the crowd, there were indeed 5 people dressed gorgeously and filled with the aura of nobility. These 5 people were between 14 and 18 years old, and all of them met the age requirements. Among the 5, the most eye-catching one was naturally the beautiful princess, Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi and Ling Xiao were similar in age and cultivation. They were both at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, which meant that their potential wasn't bad. Of course, the 5 of them were the most eye-catching, but their potential and cultivation weren't the strongest. Ling Xiao glanced at them and ignored them, continuing to observe the rest of the people. Under the soul-entrancing state, he could easily determine the potential of these people. Among these people, there were 2 with the best potential. One was Su Ying, and the other was the 3rd prince of northern Han, Zhao Ji. The potential of these 2 people didn't lose to Ming Tian and Zui Ling. Sure enough, outside of Baiyun province, there were too many geniuses. Even so, Ling Xiao only secretly remembered them in his heart, and didn't feel much emotion. Zui Ling had already been killed by him. Potential was a part of it, but battle technique was equally important. Otherwise, the result would be the same as Zui Ling's. Not to mention that his potential wasn't any worse than Ming Tian and Zui Ling. Even if it was worse, he had nothing to be afraid of. Sometimes, living a long life was more important than potential. Su Ling, stop pretending in front of this old man. Who doesn't know that you frequently flatter that Mo Yen? No wonder these 3 juniors were willing to follow you. They don't need to be suppressed by Mo Yen. Grandmaster Baiyun coldly snorted. Although he could understand the choice of Zhu Hua and the other two, he still felt extremely unhappy. Which master could tolerate their own disciples betraying the sect? The fact that he didn't kill them was already very restrained. This is called a wise man submits to circumstances. You don't flatter, but wasn't your best disciple, Ming Tian, taken away by the flame deity? Su Ling ridiculed. Humph! Grandmaster Baiyun coldly snorted and didn't explain anything. He didn't want to expose Ling Zhao's potential. It didn't matter even if he had to suffer some anger. Su Ling smiled and suddenly turned his gaze to Ling Xiao. This kid is the one who killed Zhuolang, right? That's right, it's me, Ling Xiao said with a nod. There was nothing to hide, and it couldn't be hidden. Good. Very good. You even dared to kill Zhuolang. You're really something. My dear daughter, you must recognize him. He is the one who killed your fiancé. Chapter 242. Understood, father. Su Ying nodded and then looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with resentment and coldness. Ling Xiao only glanced at her indifferently, and did not say anything. He and Zhuolang fought fair and square. There were no sneak attacks or tricks. Moreover, it was a life-and-death battle on the life-and-death cliff. They even signed a life-and-death contract. Zhuolang wanted to kill him, but was killed by him instead. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, nor did he feel any sympathy. I will definitely kill you! Su Ying's words were very direct and did not beat around the bush. Zhuolang also said the same thing, but the one lying in the coffin is him, not me, Ling Xiao said in a tit-for-tat manner. His current target was no longer the so-called geniuses like Ming Tian, Su Ying, and Zhao Ji. His target was He Suo, the flame deity, and the other geniuses of the previous generation. To put it bluntly, he did not put his peers in his eyes. If he could not even surpass these people, how could he surpass the senior experts? What a big tone. I wonder how many stars little brother's potential is? Su Ling asked with a smile. 5 stars. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He planned to hide the matter of his potential a little. In any case, this potential was something he could control. As long as he did not circulate his mountain and river martial spirit, his potential was 5 stars. It was enough for him to pass the Yuehua School's potential assessment. Humph, a mere 5 stars talent dares to boast shamelessly. What a joke! Su Ying's face revealed an intense disdain. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He was too lazy to bicker with her. He had encountered this kind of thing many times and had gradually gotten used to it. There were too many people and the waiting time for the identity verification was also very long. After all, the Yuehua School did not want spies from other sects to sneak in. During this long period of waiting, unexpected things were bound to happen. Assassin! Quickly catch the assassin! Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Ling Xiao looked at the place where the sound came from. It was the location of the 4 princes and 1 princess of Northern Han. At this moment, a glaring wound could be seen on the first prince's throat. His throat had already been cut. It looked like he was about to die. Even if it was Ling Xiao, once his throat was cut, he would not be able to survive. The first prince's strength was not low. He was at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. In the crowd, a black shadow quickly fled into the distance. Ling Xiao could stop this person, but he didn't move. Northern Han's imperial family was too far away from him. There was no need for him to meddle in their affairs. However, he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to assassinate a prince of Northern Han at the foot of the Yuehua Sect's mountain. Indeed, it was as He Suo had said. As long as one did not join the Yuehua Sect, he would dare to kill. Where? The third prince, Zhao Ji, had unexpectedly discovered the assassin. This was really rare. This Zhao Ji really does have some ability. Zhao Ji's figure flashed. His speed was as fast as a gale. In the blink of an eye, he was near the assassin. Seeing that he could not escape, the assassin turned around and attacked. Zhao Ji was 16 years old. His cultivation was at the late 9th layer martial vein. He was almost the same as Mingtian a month ago. That assassin was also at the late 9th layer martial vein. His strength was definitely not ordinary. However, the two of them had only exchanged 3 blows. Zhao Zi's terrifying kick set the assassin's body ablaze. In an instant, only his bones were left. Frightening. This fellow is simply a second Mingtian. No, his potential might be even more terrifying than Mingtian's. Ling Xiao inwardly thought. There is always someone better than you. This saying was not wrong. However, Zhao Zi's luck was not as good as Mingtian's. Mingtian had already been nurtured by the flame deity. In a month's time, it was unknown how much progress he would have made. Is that the strength of Northern Han's third prince, Zhao Zi? I'm afraid that he will definitely take first place in this Yuehua school's examination. That's right. This person is proficient in leg techniques. His leg techniques are extremely domineering. Among the princes and princesses, he is the strongest. As expected of His Highness. He is too powerful. The discussions rose and fell one after another. The third prince, Zhao Zi, was very pleased. He had also successfully become a thorn in the side of various geniuses. However, it was likely that he was not afraid of being viewed with hostility. The more others viewed him with hostility, the happier he would be. Speaking of this expansion examination, it was actually not complicated. The examination was divided into 4 sections. Each section would have a score. In the end, qualified disciples would be selected according to the score. Potential was only one of the sections. However, it accounted for a relatively large proportion. Out of the 4 sections, the full score for the other 3 sections was 10 points. Only potential had a full score of 30 points. Potential accounted for 50% of the total score. In other words, geniuses with good potential would naturally have a huge advantage. At present, it was still unclear how many disciples the Yuehua school would be recruiting. As a result, Ling Xiao did not dare to conceal his strength. As for potential, he decided that it would be fine if his score was not too high or too low. Otherwise, if his total score did not meet the requirements, he would be asking for trouble. If the Yuehua school wanted to recruit 100 disciples, then he only needed to score within the top 100. However, if the school only recruited 10 disciples, then his total score would have to be within the top 10. However, the total number of disciples recruited would likely be announced before the examination began. Thus, he was not in a hurry. Naturally, this information was given to him by Grandmaster Bai Yun. Before the enrollment expansion, the Yuehua school's examination would normally only recruit 10 disciples. Since the enrollment expansion was taking place, the number would likely be higher than that. As time passed, it was finally Ling Xiao's turn to enter the school. At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that the few Yuehua school disciples who were in charge of evaluating the geniuses were all transcendents. If Ling Xiao saw this from the outside world, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. Why did it feel like the transcendents who were like treasures in the past had become cabbages that could be found everywhere? A sex power was indeed something to look forward to. He noticed that the potential of these Yuehua school disciples was between 5-star and 6-star. They were not even as good as Cold Plum, let alone him. This gave people very high expectations. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely reach the transcendence one day, and it would be very fast. He had a clean background. Dai Yuling and Cold Plum also knew about their backgrounds. Although Cold Plum was once a slave, the Yuehua school obviously did not care about this. Thus, the 3 of them successfully passed the first threshold. Otherwise, they would not even be able to participate in the examination. Grandmaster, why don't I see any buildings in the Yuehua school? After entering the school, they could only see the stairs. However, they could not see any buildings on the mountainside or the peak. This made Dai Yuling feel very strange. Actually, Cold Plum was also very surprised. Chapter 243. It's not that they don't exist. You just can't see them. When you reach the Transcendence realm, you'll be able to see some shadows. You'll slowly get used to it. Master Baiyun smiled and led the three of them up the mountain. The sun had already risen to the middle of the sky, but it was really difficult for the sunlight to penetrate the forest. It only left specks of light on the ground. Ling Xiao continued to pay attention to the situation at the top of the mountain. He had a feeling that there was a special ancient power in Mount Yuehua. Because of this power, 10 more golden dragon cells in his body had awakened, increasing from 20 to 30. The tiny golden dragons were flying around in the cells, looking especially cheerful. Not only that, but his mountain river martial soul also seemed to have sensed a familiar power and started to operate involuntarily. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that he could see things more clearly and his thoughts were sharper. All his abilities seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. He naturally didn't dare to tell others about this, nor did he dare to ask Master Baiyun. After all, whether it was the golden dragon cells or the mountain river martial soul, these were secrets that he couldn't reveal even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, there would be big problems. Yuehua School's mountain path was much longer than Baiyun Temple's. The steps were 4 to 5 times more than Baiyun Temple's. The most frightening thing was that these stone steps were not special. There seemed to be some kind of strange power pulling at people's bodies, making everyone who stepped on the stone steps feel as if their legs were filled with lead. It was an uncomfortable feeling. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the Baiyun Temple's assessment. Since Master Baiyun was a disciple of Yuehua School, he must have referred to Yuehua School in many aspects of the assessment. Maybe these stone steps were one of the assessments. Thinking of this, he glanced at Master Baiyun. However, Master Baiyun smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. It seemed that Master Baiyun couldn't speak carelessly after reaching this place, especially when it came to the assessment. Once the secret was exposed, his recommendation would be revoked. Ling Xiao wasn't sure if that was the case, but his intuition told him that it was right. He started to speed up. Dai Yuling and Cold Plum followed him. Since he couldn't expose too much of his potential, Ling Xiao would have to score more points in other tests. If this was the first test, he wouldn't dare to slack off. At the very least, he should get full marks. Having good physical strength was nothing more than having well-developed limbs. It wouldn't attract any attention. Moreover, he believed that there would be many people who scored full marks in this category. In the process, he found that some of the young geniuses were actually riding on their family members or servants, and he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. This kind of person couldn't even endure this little bit of hardship. How could he pass the test? He would probably score a 0 in this round. Among them, there was a 12 or 13-year-old boy. He looked fair and clean, but his body was very weak. It was as if he would be blown away by the wind as soon as he walked. This person was only 12 or 13 years old, but his cultivation was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. It was enough to show that his potential was outstanding. However, he would definitely score 0 in this category. This was because he was actually using a type of mechanical beast to move around. This mechanical beast only had 2 legs. He sat on it, and it seemed to be very comfortable. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao and the first group of youths reached the 1000th stone step. This wasn't the top of the mountain, but somewhere on the mountainside. There was another entrance to the mountain here. It was obviously made of special materials. It was estimated that even a transcendent realm cultivator wouldn't be able to break it. Here, Ling Xiao and the others each received a jade token with a number on it. Ling Xiao's number was 3, because he was the 3rd person to reach here. The first was Zhao Ji. The second was Suing. Cold Plum was the 4th, and Dai Yuling was a little worse, being ranked 20th. Several Yuehua School disciples were handing out jade tokens. There was also a person sitting on a stone block, and 7 or 8 Transcendent Realm disciples were standing on his left and right. Master Baiyun and Su Ling stepped forward and cupped their fists to the middle-aged man sitting on the stone block. "Greetings, Elder Bai." This person was only in his 40s, but he was actually an elder. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to be very terrifying. He was even stronger than the people standing on his left and right. Ling Xiao didn't dare to check the middle-aged man's cultivation, but he could feel that this person's cultivation was much stronger than his master, Master Bai Yun. Since he was an elder, even if he wasn't in the heaven realm, he was close to it. In the Yuhua school, there were inner sect elders and outer sect elders. This middle-aged man should be an outer sect elder, so he didn't have to be in the heaven realm. However, his strength was definitely one of the best in the outer sect. And Elder Bai just glanced at the crowd and nodded. He continued to drink tea and wait. The others also stood respectfully to the side. They didn't even dare to speak too loudly, let alone make a move. After waiting for a full 2 hours, all the disciples who came to participate in the assessment finally gathered here. I forgot to tell you that the stone steps are the first assessment. In this assessment, some people got a perfect score of 10, while others didn't get a single point. Now, let's move on to the second assessment. He seemed to be too lazy to explain anything. He stood up and walked toward the giant door. I don't accept this. You didn't tell me in advance that this was an assessment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten a 0. There were all kinds of people in this world, and there were even more impulsive and conceited people. Someone who got a 0 would definitely be unhappy. Therefore, a young genius stood up and shouted, "Who else doesn't accept this?" Elder Bai just smiled faintly and didn't seem to be angry. He asked, "I don't accept this either. Why is it so? It's not fair." More than a dozen people stood up. Their elders wanted to stop them, but unfortunately some were too late, and some couldn't stop them at all. A total of 16 people. Very good. Hey Suo, take back the jade tokens of these 16 people and tell them to get lost immediately. If they don't obey, throw them down the mountain and feed them to the dogs. After Elder Bai finished speaking, he ignored these people and walked straight to the door. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The people of the Yuhua school were really domineering. They disqualified them for such a small matter. Then, he looked at He Suo. This transcendent warrior had once seriously injured Master Bai Yun, but he was injured by Master Bai Yun's void-piercing strike. It was obvious that half of his body had been modified into a mechanical puppet. The body made of metal was still a little stiff, but it seemed to be quite sturdy. He probably used the mechanism study of the Blue Eyes race. That wasn't right. The mechanism study of the Blue Eyes race was split from the human race. The mechanism study of the Yuhua school was more authentic and ancient. He Suo looked coldly at Ling Xiao, but didn't dare to do anything. With Elder Bai here, he didn't dare to act rashly. The three of you don't need to worry. He Suo is only a transcendent stage 2 martial artist. He won't dare to act rashly in front of Elder Bai. Chapter 244. Everyone, come over and stand according to your number plates. Elder Bai's expression remained cold, as if everyone owed him money. It was not a smile, and there was no gentleness to speak of. From the reaction of the Yuhua school's disciples, it was clear that Elder Bai was usually very strict. Otherwise, they would definitely not be so obedient. However, this was also good. Ling Xiao liked this kind of cold person. Generally, this kind of person was not likely to be the kind of person who was unfair. This was definitely beneficial to him. Next, we will proceed to the second assessment, the test of potential. Elder Bai stood under the huge mountain gate and said, "You should have seen this mountain gate. It is a treasure forged by our Yuhua school's most outstanding blacksmith. The principle is similar to the 7-star flower, but the effect is more comprehensive and better." After hearing Elder Bai's words, Ling Xiao understood. Although the 7-star flower could test one's potential, it obviously did not work for potentials above 7 stars. This mountain gate was probably designed by the blacksmith according to the principle of the 7-star flower. Next, from the back to the front, you will begin to take the test. Do not use any martial arts techniques. Condense your true essence on your palm, then hit the mountain gate. After Elder Bai finished speaking, he sat at the side and drank tea. Naturally, someone would be in charge of the detailed test process for him. Number 356, Lu Tian. Here. Hearing the name, Lu Tian hurriedly walked out of the crowd and walked to the mountain gate. Then, he took a deep breath and hit the mountain gate according to Elder Bai's instructions. The mountain gate was expected to make a loud sound, but there was no sound at all. Lu Tian's hand even seemed to have sunk into the mountain gate. Soft? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. When he saw the bronze gate, he thought it was made of metal. It was probably a special material that he had never seen before. Lu Tian's palm hit the mountain gate, but there was no reaction at all. That's impossible. My potential is clearly 5 stars. Is there something wrong with your door? Lu Tian turned pale with fright as he shouted. I forgot to tell you that the 7-star flower was used to test one's potential before the 12 sects reappeared in the world. However, it can only test the potential of a martial artist without a complete martial soul. This is a huge flaw, Elder Bai explained. The reason why this door was designed is to make up for the flaws of the 7-star flower. This is also the standard test in the sect. There is a big difference between it and the 7-star flower. It does not include the mortal body. In other words, 1 star represents a mortal body. What? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Ling Xiao, was shocked. It seemed that the reappearance of the 12 sects was not a simple matter. Many of the rules in this world might have undergone subtle changes, but many people were still unaware of it. But I do have a 5-star potential. If I were to be tested here, I should have a mortal treasure body, Lu Tian said. That's a good question. Why? Elder Bai suddenly raised his voice and said, I seem to have forgotten another thing. If you want to be tested as a treasure body, at least 10% of your martial path remnant soul must be awakened. In other words, if you don't have a martial path remnant soul, no matter how high your potential is in the previous test, it is meaningless here. As soon as he said this, many people were dumbfounded. There were not many people who had awakened a martial path remnant soul. Those who had a complete martial path remnant soul were even rarer. The Yuehua school's requirements were really high. Okay, I don't need to say more. Those who have not awakened a martial path remnant soul can leave now. When you leave, each of you will get a high-grade vital elemental pill as compensation. Elder Bai's words reflected the demeanor of the Yuehua school as a big sect. He probably wanted to win over these people. After all, it was really hard to say whether a martial path remnant soul would awaken a martial path remnant soul the next day. It would not be good to offend these children. This time, more than 200 people left silently. This was different from the other 3 assessments. If one's potential did not pass, they would be directly eliminated. As for the other 3 assessments, even if they got 0 points, they could continue to participate in the assessment. From this point, one could see the importance of potential. Not bad. It seems that after the appearance of the mountain and river martial soul, it has become easier to awaken a martial path remnant soul. Continue. Elder Bai revealed a hint of joy, but it disappeared in a flash. The second person to take the test was a girl. She slapped her palm, and something that looked like the petals of the 7-star flower appeared on the mountain gate. It was shining with a strange light. Ling Xiao noticed that the flower showed 3 colors. However, it was a little different from the 3 colors of the 7-star flower. They were black, white, and red. Black represented the potential of the soul, white represented the potential of the internal force, and red represented the potential of the body. This should be the standard display. Although he did not know why it was like this, there should be some conventional reasons. Very good, mortal grade treasured body. You pass. 1 point. Next. The scoring rules here needed to be explained. 1 star, 1 point, belongs to the mortal grade treasured body. 2 stars, 10 points, belongs to the fine grade treasured body. 3 stars, 20 points, belongs to the precious grade treasured body. 4 stars, 30 points, belongs to the immortal grade treasured body. Above 5 stars, one could pass the test directly. The score was full. It could be seen that the higher the potential, the more benefits one would get. No matter how one looked at it, potential was obviously very important to the Yuehua school. 1 star here was equivalent to the 5 stars tested by the 7-star flower. The 5 stars here could not be tested by the 7-star flower. Therefore, the test result of this mountain gate was obviously much more accurate. Later, there were martial artists taking the test one after another. Some were crying tears of joy, while others were crying sadly. This kind of test was so cruel. If you did not pass, you would be eliminated directly. You would not even be qualified to take the other tests. Number 20, Dai Yuling! The fateful moment had arrived. When Dai Yuling was tested before, her 3 potentials were only 9 out of 4 stars. Now, she could not even light up a single star. She had really encountered a major crisis. Master Bai Yun was worried for Dai Yuling. This girl! Elder Bai, who was drinking tea, was suddenly stunned. He looked at Dai Yuling differently. However, he did not say anything. Dai Yuling took the test. As expected, one of the stars was only about 90% lit up. It was not completely lit up. Although there were 3 colors, it was a pity. Little girl, is your martial Dao remnant soul a healing type? Elder Bai suddenly asked when he saw Dai Yuling walking down with her head lowered. Yes. Dai Yuling nodded. As expected. How about this? Although you are not qualified to be an outer disciple of the Yuehua school, I have a friend who is the deacon of the Yuehua school Herb Mountain. If you are willing, you can be her disciple and be considered an inner disciple in the future. Elder Bai said with a smile. This was a rare smile from him. Is this true? Dai Yuling could not believe this fact. Nonsense. How can Elder Bai lie to you? Hurry up and kneel down to thank him. He Sua snorted. This guy was not happy with Master Bai Yun's disciple anyway. He thought he could eliminate one of them, but he did not expect to encounter such a thing. He was really unhappy. Hey Sua, I am speaking. Since when is it your turn to interrupt? Elder Bai only glanced at Hey Sua, but his eyes were as sharp as swords, making Hey Sua tremble. I don't dare. Shut up if you don't dare. After saying that, he looked at Dai Yuling again, waiting for her answer. Of course I am willing. Chapter 245. Congratulations, Senior Sister Yuling! Ling Xiao sincerely congratulated Dai Yuling. He couldn't help Dai Yuling in terms of talent. All he could do was hope that Dai Yuling would encounter a miracle. However, a miracle happened today. He was happy for Dai Yuling. Thank you. You have to continue working hard too. Of course. While the two of them were chatting, a few more people were tested. Naturally, some were happy, and some were sad. Number 10, Ling Hao. Ling Xiao noticed that Ling Hao was the young man who used the mechanism to climb the stairs. He was only 12 or 13 years old, but his lower body was obviously paralyzed. He only got a 0 in the first test. Ling Xiao paid a lot of attention to this young man. That was because after this young man learned that he got a 0 in the first test, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. Was it because he had a card up his sleeve? With a smile on his face, Ling Hao gently placed his palm on the mountain gate. Boom! At that moment, it was as if there was an explosion between heaven and earth. No! It didn't seem like it. There was really thunder. In the sky, thunderclouds suddenly covered the sky, and the rumbling sound was endless. Even the heavens are jealous! Elder Bai, who had been sitting there steadily, suddenly stood up and looked at this scene in horror. In the history of Yuehua School, only one person had encountered such treatment. Boom! The explosion landed and directly blasted Ling Hao's body. Ling Hao's body was charred black, but there was still a smile on his face. At that moment, 5 bright stars appeared on the mountain gate. The light shone brightly and directly pierced through the thunderclouds in the sky, dispersing them. 5 stars! Heavens, that's a divine treasure body! Elder Bai knew clearly that although this mountain gate was forged by the best weapon refiner in the Yuehua sect, there was still a limit to how much it could withstand. 5 stars and a divine treasure body. That was the limit. Beyond that limit, the test couldn't be done. Of course, it wouldn't shatter like the 7-star flower. Everyone was stunned by this scene. A divine treasure body! Make an exception and admit him with full marks, Elder Bai announced excitedly. He really didn't expect that this young man, who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, actually had such terrifying talent. They had heard that the flame deity had also taken in a genius youth with a divine grade treasure body called Ming Tian. The rest of the inner sect elders were extremely jealous. Once this news was spread out, even the elders would fight until their heads bled. Ling Hao looked a little embarrassed, but there was always a confident smile on his face. He looked so unfathomable. He turned around and used the mechanical limbs to walk to the side. Almost everyone was staring at him. There was envy. There was jealousy. There was surprise. This child is really lucky. Although his body is not good, once he is valued by the inner sect elders, it will be easy for him to recover. As Grandmaster Baiyun spoke, he could not help but glance at Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, even though Ling Xiao's aptitude was outstanding, he was only a treasure body at most. He was unable to gain the favor of the inner court elders. Otherwise, he could also use this method to attract the inner court elders' attention. In that case, it might be a shortcut. Buzz! Ha ha ha, which kid has a divine grade treasure body? Suddenly, there was a terrifying explosion. Before anyone realized what was going on, they saw a figure descending from the sky and landing near the door. He did not even look at Elder Bai and the others. That terrifying aura made everyone feel a huge pressure. Elder Bai also hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Forget it, forget it. There's no need to salute. Eh? It's you, right? Your body is not very good, but your inner strength potential is amazing. Divine grade treasure body, good. Very good. Will you be my disciple? Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light waved his hand at Elder Bai, indicating that he did not need to salute. Then, his eyes locked onto Ling Hao. Even though this person's actions were very casual, everyone present could clearly feel that they had suddenly become ants on the ground, and this person was a god in the sky. They felt that he was too powerful, so powerful that it was unbelievable. At this moment, many of the geniuses who were previously arrogant felt that they were insignificant. The difference between a candle flame and a sun was just this. Even the experts in the transcendent realm could only kneel there and tremble, not daring to speak loudly. Among everyone, Ling Xiao did not feel that much pressure. With the mountain river martial soul, he did not feel any pressure. It was only because everyone was kneeling that he did not want to be too unique, so he reluctantly squatted down to avoid being too eye-catching. Ling Hao, what are you waiting for? This is Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, a respected inner sect elder of Yuehua School. If you become his disciple, you will soon enter the inner sect and receive personal guidance from Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Your future is limitless. Seeing that Ling Hao seemed to be frightened, Elder Bai hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, Ling Hao came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, I am willing to cultivate with Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Ha ha ha, you have good taste. Let's go. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light lifted Ling Hao's shoulders and turned into a golden light, disappearing into the mountains in an instant. Seeing the golden light disappear into the distance, Ling Xiao felt somewhat envious. Unfortunately, he cannot reveal his potential. It is not only because of the flame deity, but also because of his mountain river martial soul. If he wants to reveal a potential that is as strong as Ling Hao or even stronger than Ling Hao, his mountain river martial soul must be activated. He cannot afford to take this risk. Therefore, he still intends to proceed according to the plan. He cannot be too flamboyant, but he cannot be too weak either. Otherwise, Heisua and the flame deity will not believe him. After Ling Hao was taken away, the test continued. The test of potential had eliminated too many people. Among the remaining 100 or so people, nearly half of them had been eliminated. Number 5, Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi is the princess of Northern Han. Although she is very sad that her elder brother was assassinated, she cannot miss today's test. This noble and beautiful princess who does not have any heirs received the admiration of many people the moment she appeared. 3 stars, treasure body, second test, 20 points. Young and beautiful, noble status, an aptitude that has reached the treasure body standard, Zhao Ci's future can be said to be bright. After all, the majority of the geniuses who pass this test are only 1 or 2 stars. Currently, Zhao Ci is the only one with 3 stars. Currently, no one with 4 stars has appeared. Among the 5 stars, there is brother Ling Hao, but he is only 1. Number 4, Cold Plum. Although Cold Plum's appearance is also outstanding, she is not good at dressing up. Moreover, she is dressed in men's clothing and does not have any noble aura. Therefore, her appearance is more ordinary. However, her test results are not worse than Zhao Ci's. She is also a 3 stars, treasure body. Yuhua School's 3 stars are the 7 stars of the 7-star flower. Her potential is even higher than the previous test. It is probably because of the growth of her martial soul. Chapter 246. Number 3, Ling Xiao. After Cold Plum finished her test, it was Ling Xiao's turn. Hearing Ling Xiao's name, Master Baiyun, Su Ling, and Su Ying's gazes all gathered together. Their target was Ling Xiao. Su Ying's face remained indifferent. In her opinion, Ling Xiao was only at the 8th level of the martial vein at the age of 14. His potential was definitely not higher than hers. But to be honest, she was still a little nervous. After all, Ling Xiao had killed Zhuoling. His potential was still unknown. She, Su Ying, would definitely not lose to Ling Xiao. She could not lose because Zhu Hua, Dia Wu, and Lu Xing had already been eliminated. Ling Xiao only bowed to Master Baiyun and then walked towards the mountain gate. He did not even look at Su Ying. Although Ling Xiao's model allowed him to hide his aura and cultivation realm, his long-term self-confidence still gave him a different feeling. Even Elder Bai couldn't help but take another look at him. Zhao Ci and Zhao Zi's gazes also focused on Ling Xiao. What kind of potential could such a calm and reserved youth have? Humph, pretentious. Seeing that Ling Xiao had received so much attention before the test, Su Ying was a little unhappy. She did not know that people who had such thoughts were mostly because they did not have confidence in themselves. Ling Xiao walked to the mountain gate and gently patted it. He did not use much strength, and did not use his mountain river martial spirit. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. It's about time! Ling Xiao's hand was always on the mountain gate. This way, he could control his potential. And this, other than him, no one else could do. In fact, the moment his hand touched the mountain gate, the 7-star flower in the mountain river world had already changed. It actually had some kind of connection with the mountain gate, and could control the changes of the mountain gate. However, this required him to touch the mountain gate. Otherwise, he could really trick Su Ying. 3 stars, treasure body, pass, 20 points. Her aptitude was the same as that of Northern Han's Princess Zhao Ci and Ling Plum. Although she was outstanding, she was far inferior to Mingtian and Ling Hao. Therefore, it definitely wouldn't attract too much attention. In fact, if Ling Xiao were to display his full potential, this door would probably not be enough. God's jealousy would probably be even worse than Ling Hao's. Precious treasure body, not bad, but compared to me, it's far from enough. Seeing this result, Su Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao's strength was inferior to hers, and his potential was also inferior to hers. To her, this was absolutely great news. Su Ling was also visibly relieved. No matter what, his relationship with Grandmaster Baiyun was not very harmonious. The relationship between the shinobi clan and the human race wasn't very good. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be a heaven-defying character. Ling Xiao retracted his hand, cupped his hands towards Elder Bai, and then stood on the side of the pass. He obtained 10 points in the first round, 20 points in this round, and 30 points in this round. As long as there were no accidents in the next few rounds, he would be accepted with an average score. Brat, you're only SOSO. After entering the Yuehua school, you want to compete with Mingtian with this kind of aptitude? You want to compete with us? Coincidentally, the person standing near Ling Xiao was He Suo. He Suo also heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao's cunning and battle prowess were too shocking. He was really afraid that this brat's talent was too heaven-defying. If an elder took a fancy to him, even his master, the flame deity, wouldn't be able to suppress this brat. But now, everything was fine. It was just a treasure body, nothing to worry about. One must know that before the expansion, a treasure body was only a passing standard. He Suo, had an immortal treasure body. Ling Xiao's performance was not bad, but it was hard to say that he was outstanding. This made He Suo not suspect anything else. If Ling Xiao's performance was too bad, or even worse than cold plums, He Suo would suspect that there was something fishy about this test. Master Bai Yun had been observing He Suo's expression. When he saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ling Xiao had passed this round of concealing his strength and biding his time. Next, he would have to concentrate on his cultivation. "Number 2, Su Ying!" A voice rang out. Su Ying walked to the front of the mountain gate with a cold expression. Ling Xiao was really not interested in Su Ying. He was just silently thinking about his own matters. After passing this round of potential, he could basically enter the Yuehua school. He was full of expectations for his future. But unlike him, Su Ying's special temperament won the admiration of many young geniuses. Many young men's eyes almost turned into hearts. Buzz! Another terrifying sound rang out, and the entire mountain gate flickered. Fortunately, there were no thunderclouds this time. This meant that Su Ying's potential was still lacking compared to Ling Hao's. However, even with that being the case, that bright and resplendent light was still able to surpass everyone else. 4 stars. A total of 4 stars lit up. Although only the soul potential had reached this level, and the other 2 were only about 2 stars, it was already very terrifying. Good! 4 stars, immortal grade treasure body. Pass. 30 points. Perhaps because of the appearance of a genius like Ling Hao, Elder Bai's reaction was not particularly excited. But one could still see that his face was smiling like a flower. Immortal grade treasure body. Even before the enrollment expansion, this was the qualification that could easily enter the Yuehua school. Old man Bai Yun, how is it? My daughter is not bad, right? Su Ling looked at Master Bai Yun provocatively and asked. Not bad indeed. But compared to Ming Tian and Zwiling, she's still lacking. Master Bai Yun shook his head. He did not mention Ling Xiao because he also wanted to keep Ling Xiao's secret. Yes, she's lacking compared to Ming Tian and Zwiling. But compared to your proud disciple, Ling Xiao, she's much better, right? Su Ling glanced at Ling Xiao, hoping to see shock in Ling Xiao's eyes. But unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the situation here at all. He kept his head down, thinking about his own matters. Humph, this kid really knows how to pretend. Su Ling coldly snorted. This was the only explanation he could give. He would not admit that Ling Xiao disdained Su Ying's talent. Number 1, Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji, the 3rd prince of Northern Han, was an expert at the late 9th level of the martial vein realm. He was only 16 years old. He killed an assassin at the late 9th level of the martial vein realm in 3 moves. From all the signs, this guy's potential was also very shocking. So when they heard his name, the scene suddenly quieted down. Many people wanted to know if this Zhao Ji could also be envied by the heavens like Ling Hao. Even Elder Bai looked at Zhao Ji, seemingly quite expectant. Zhao Ji stood there, raised his right hand, and slapped it. The mountain gate shook, and golden light suddenly appeared. The bright light made many people unable to open their eyes. Compared to Su Ying's scene, this scene was a little better. 4 stars. It was a little better, but unfortunately it was not 5 stars. Chapter 247. After the end of Zhao Ji's test, the second test was completely over. A total of 68 people passed the test in the end. This number was actually not small. However, Elder Bai did not announce the score ranking, so at present, everyone did not know their specific ranking. But in Ling Zhao's view, those who ranked at the top were nothing more than those few people. Zhao Ji, Suing, Cold Plum, and Zhao Ci were definitely not lacking. Including him, their rankings were probably not low. Dai Yuling, follow the senior brother to the Herb Mountain. The rest of you, follow me to the next test. Elder Bai stood up and ordered a female disciple of Yuehua's school to take Dai Yuling to the Herb Mountain. It was probably a mountain on Yuehua Mountain. Master, what's the cultivation of the Golden Light Heavenly Master who took Ling Hao away? How is he compared to the Flame Deity? On the way, Ling Xiao finally could not help but ask. The Golden Light Heavenly Master is a high-level powerhouse in the Celestial Being Realm. The Flame Deity has just reached the Celestial Being Realm. Once you reach the Celestial Being Realm, you almost completely get rid of the body of an ordinary person. From the soul to the body, you are brand new. You can fly without any external help. Master Bai Yun explained. Speaking of this, he could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. I will never be able to reach the Celestial Being Realm. Under the Celestial Being Realm was the Transcendent Realm. The Transcendent Realm was the same as the Martial Vein Realm. However, unlike the Martial Vein Realm where every Martial Vein Realm level opened a Martial Vein, every time a Transcendent Realm level crossed a Martial Vein Realm level, there would be a change in the body until it completely got rid of the shackles of the mortal body and reached the Celestial Being Realm. In a sense, the Celestial Being Realm could be said to be a higher level of human beings. They could do things that ordinary people could not do. Things that ordinary people regarded as magical were ordinary to them. Unfortunately, Master Bai Yun had not reached this realm, so he could not explain it clearly. He could only wait for Ling Xiao to explore. All of you stop talking. There are still 2 more tests after this. One is the Mechanical Colossus, and the other is the God Attainment Catalog. All of you better pay attention because even if you're unable to pass these 2 tests, you might be able to obtain some benefits from them. Elder Bai's voice sounded. However, he only mentioned the names of the last 2 tests, but did not announce the specific content, which made people's imaginations run wild. Ling Zhao's plan was to get full marks if there was a test related to combat or intelligence. That was because there was no need for him to hide. That day, he had been able to injure Heisuo, which had long since proven that his combat skills were outstanding. The Flame Deity probably knew about this as well. It was just that within the sect, there was a view that the so-called combat skills below the Transcendent Realm were of little use. It could only save his life. Therefore, it did not account for much in the assessment, only 10 points. Even if Ling Xiao got full marks, the Flame Deity probably wouldn't take him seriously. Moreover, it was true that concealing one's strength and biding one's time was not a lie. If one really hid one's strength excessively, and was eliminated in the end, that would be too embarrassing. Elder Bai opened the mountain gate and everyone followed him to a narrow passageway. From here, the passageway was pitch black. It was impossible to know how long the passageway was, let alone what was on the other side of the passageway. Ling Xiao could see that at the end of the passageway, there was a black shadow with a very dangerous aura. The oppressive power of this black shadow was almost equivalent to a peak 9th layer Martial Vein expert. The content of the 3rd test is very simple. From here to the other side of the passageway, you will encounter some trouble along the way. You can either avoid it or choose to attack. The score is calculated according to the distance you can reach. Elder Bai said indifferently. The passageway is a total of 10 feet long. For every 10 feet you advance, you will get 1 point. If anyone can kill the mechanical giant beast at the end, you will get an additional 10 points. This rule was simple and clear. There was no need to say more. Alright, let's begin. Who's going first? This time, we don't have to follow the order of the number plates. I'll do it! As soon as Elder Bai's voice fell, a young man with a peak 7th layer Martial Vein cultivation jumped into the dark passageway. His potential was not bad. He had reached 2 stars, which was a fine quality treasure body. However, his strength was really not much. Just as the young man entered the passageway, a white light suddenly shot out in front of him. He did not have time to identify it, and was directly blasted out. By the way, if your cultivation is below the 8th layer martial vein, unless you have special abilities, it is normal for you to get 0 points in this test. The young man who was blasted out was not injured, but he seemed very disappointed. As expected, unless your potential was as heaven-defying as Ling Hao's, strength was also very important. It's my turn! This time, the one who rushed in was a young man at the early 8th layer martial vein. His strength was slightly stronger, and his reaction was also more agile. However, when he jumped into the passageway, the expected white light did not appear. Instead, a saber light appeared from the darkness. Clang! The young man panicked and retreated 3 or 4 steps, almost exiting the passageway. Everyone could vaguely see a figure appear in the passageway. However, this figure's entire body was made of steel and he was waving a long saber in his hand. It was clearly a mechanical puppet. The strength of this mechanical puppet was stronger than the peak 7th layer martial vein, but slightly weaker than the early 8th layer martial vein. This was in line with Elder Bai's words: if a martial artist below the early 8th layer martial vein did not have special abilities, it would be very difficult for them to get a point. After the young man experienced the initial danger, he quickly calmed down. After a battle, he defeated the mechanical puppet and advanced 10 feet. Suddenly, 2 rays of light shot out from the darkness. They clearly flew from the opposite end of the passageway, but their speed was too fast. In an instant, they arrived in front of the young man. Flying sword? Before the young man's body was pierced, he only thought of this and then fainted. You won't die from injuries in the passageway. At most, you will faint. You can rest assured that we are here to take in disciples, not to kill. Elder Bai explained. Their Yuehua school was not a demonic sect, so it was not that bloody. Advance 10 feet and you get 1 point. A genius youth at the early 8th layer martial vein had only advanced 10 feet. This was really lamentable. After that, many people took this test one after another. The danger that appeared every time was different, so whether it was early or late, there was no reference point. Of course, this was only for others. For Ling Xiao, going in later would benefit him a lot. This was because he found that whether it was the mechanical puppet or the strange attacks, the frequency of their appearance was fixed. As long as he could find this pattern, he could easily get full marks in this test without fighting. Young master, I'm going! Before Ling Mei, Zhao Xi scored the most points in this round, but she only got 5 points. She couldn't go any further than that. Wait a minute! Chapter 248. Ling Xiao was not one of Master Baiyun's companions, so he would not violate the rules no matter what he said. Although he could not help Cold Plum in the potential assessment, it was not too much to give her some pointers in this kind of assessment. After Ling Xiao's guidance, Cold Plum actually managed to obtain a perfect score of 10 points for this level with her cultivation at the early 8th level of the martial vein realm. This caused everyone else to be taken aback. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao was the one who had contributed the most to this? If it was just Cold Plum herself, she would be able to obtain 5 points. At most, 6 points would be her limit. After Cold Plum, Su Ying and Zhao Ji both successfully obtained full marks for this level. Interestingly, the two of them attempted to kill the mechanical beast in the end but were defeated instead. Feeling that it was about time, Ling Xiao also walked to the front of the tunnel. Master, it shouldn't be a problem for me to get an extra 10 points, right? Ling Xiao asked Master Baiyun before entering the tunnel. Of course there's no problem. Many people know that your combat skills are strong. If your performance is bad, others will be suspicious. However, that mechanical beast is equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm. Can you really kill it? Master Baiyun was very clear about Ling Xiao's combat strength, but he still had doubts. Ling Xiao did not answer this question. If it was a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm, he would definitely not be a match for them. However, the mechanical beast was different. It was a brainless thing. As long as he grasped its weakness, not to mention the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm, Even if it was the transcendent realm, he might not be afraid. So, Ling Xiao rushed into the tunnel. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. He did not fight with any mechanical puppets. Instead, he walked towards the main point as if he was taking a stroll. It was just that every time an attack appeared, his figure would be a little faster, and he would easily dodge it. Could this kid be a relative of Yuhua school? Why does it feel like he knew about the mechanism in advance? That's right. Otherwise, how could he dodge the attack so easily? Sure. Are you tired of living? How dare you spout such nonsense? You guys are really ignorant. Didn't you guys notice that there was a pattern to those attacks? It's just that even if an ordinary person noticed this pattern, they wouldn't be able to easily dodge it. But this brat could. That's because his movement technique is extremely terrifying. At the very least, it's a transcendent martial art. And it should be called a gold-grade martial art now. Zhao Zhizhen looked down on these people. Just because someone performed well, they said that they had connections. What a joke. However, what happened next made even him a little suspicious. After Ling Xiao reached the end of the tunnel, he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. It pierced through the beast's weakest spot, which was the beast's weakest spot. With the central core destroyed, the mechanical behemoth was instantly silenced, turning into a metal lump that could be bullied by anyone. At this moment, Elder Bai's face was filled with astonishment. What frightening judgment! What a terrifying combat technique! It's a pity that this person's potential isn't outstanding. Otherwise, he would definitely be a genius that's hard to come by in 100,000 years. What a pity, what a pity! He believed that the flame deity would think the same. However, that wasn't necessarily the case for Heisuo. After all, Ling Xiao had injured Heisuo before. It was normal for this fellow to want to harm Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Heisuo finding trouble with him. After joining the Yuhua school, Ling Xiao believed that he would definitely have more opportunities to improve his strength. As long as he didn't die, he would quickly catch up and even surpass Heisuo. Of course, before that, he still had to try his best to avoid a direct confrontation with Heisuo. That would be too disadvantageous for him. Successfully traversing Tenjiang and killing the mechanical behemoth. You have scored 20 points for this test. 10 points was the maximum score. Killing the mechanical behemoth would give an additional 10 points. Ling Zhao's score for this test was actually equivalent to making up for his potential points. I can try to rope this fellow in. Zhao Zhizhen stroked his chin. As a prince, he had been living in schemes for a long time. Naturally, he was used to trying to rope in Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Zhao's combat skills were too terrifying. At least under the Transcendent Realm, he would definitely be a powerful helper. No wonder he could kill Zhuoling. His combat skills are indeed powerful. Unfortunately, this is the end for him. He might be invincible under the Transcendent Realm, but when he reaches the Transcendent Realm, the gap between him and others is huge. Su Ying wasn't too surprised by Ling Zhao's performance. He already knew that Ling Zhao's combat skills were terrifying. In fact, there were many veteran disciples who had the same opinion as Su Ying. Among these people, even the weakest one had a treasured body. Many of them had an immortal treasured body. Not only did they not praise Ling Zhao's combat skills, they even felt disdain for him. This was very similar to Master Bai Yun's attitude towards Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao, many people participated in the challenge. After the mechanical behemoth was destroyed, it was repaired. It didn't take much time. However, the people behind didn't exceed 5 points, not to mention higher. Ling Zhao's estimation wasn't wrong. Among these people, there were only a few who had the potential to increase. Next is the last test, the God Investiture Catalog. Elder Bai led everyone to the underground. This was obviously an ancient ruin. There were many strange pictures engraved on the walls. They were basically people. Alright, this test is the same as before. You can go in if you're ready. There's no need to care about the number plate. Elder Bai stood guard in front of a stone door. Behind the stone door, there was a mysterious and strange aura. Ling Xiao could feel that the mountain river martial spirit seemed to be impatient. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He was a person who didn't want to be reckless. He had the ability to analyze and practice. It was better to observe the performance of the other disciples before making a decision. Those who volunteered would never be in the minority. Especially those young geniuses who felt that they had no hope of being accepted. They might as well go in and give it a try. Who knows, they might be able to obtain some benefits. There were people who went in one after another. It felt like after they went in, they quickly came out. When some of the youths came out, they lowered their heads and muttered to themselves. When some of the youths came out, their faces were bitter. There were also some youths who had a face of excitement. The most puzzling thing was that there were people who were brought out by Elder Bai after they fainted. What was inside? Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it. Master Bai Yun didn't want to remind him. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. Cold Plum, this time I'll go in first. You can go in after I come out. Ling Xiao decided to go in first to explore. Because he couldn't find any clues from those disciples who had already taken the test. In this case, he could only rely on the mountain river martial spirit to solve the problem. However, he had made some preparations. The first test was clearly about endurance and determination. The second test was about potential. The third test was about battle techniques. In that case, the final test was very likely to test one's perception or soul force. Chapter 249. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and walked through the stone door behind Elder Bai. He discovered that there was actually a completely different world behind the stone door. There was an old man sitting cross-legged here with a small dog lying beside him. He couldn't see through the old man's cultivation, but he was sure that the old man was definitely much stronger than Elder Bai. The old man sat cross-legged in the middle of the circular room. There were murals around him, and all sorts of characters from the primordial era were drawn on them. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. There were people with 3 heads and 6 arms. There were people with wings on their backs. There were people with 3 eyes. There were people with bird heads and human bodies. There were people with monkey heads and monkey brains. In any case, there were simply too many of them. No matter who looked at them, their eyes would be dazzled. These murals are the God's sealing catalog. Those with high comprehension ability will be able to comprehend some things from them. This is also our test method, the old man calmly said. I'll ask and you'll answer. You have 10 breaths of time to comprehend each question. If you can answer it, you can continue. If you can't, you can leave. 1 point per question. Do you understand? I understand. All right, let's begin then. The first question is, how many people are there in total on the murals? This question was actually very simple for Ling Xiao. Under the soul imprint state, it was something that could be solved in an instant. 365, Ling Xiao answered. The old man's expression was normal because it wasn't difficult to answer the first question. For these 10 questions, it would only get more difficult as one went on. The second question is, how many types of martial arts moves are there in total on the murals? 13,600 types. When he received this answer, Ling Xiao honestly didn't dare to believe it himself. 365 people, but they used 13,600 different moves. How was this possible? However, when he observed carefully, he discovered that the murals were clearly moving. It was just that one's soul had to be strong to a certain extent before they could see them. Not bad! The old man finally glanced at Ling Xiao, as though he was wondering why this brat could answer the questions so quickly. Although the previous youths had also answered the first 2 questions, all of them had used up all the time. The third question is, how many types of props are there in the murals, including weapons, hidden weapons, defensive equipment, and so on? 19,380,000. Ling Xiao blurted out again. Oh? So far, you are the first person to answer this question correctly. Many people before you have forgotten to check the items in the storage rings of the people in the paintings. The old man was even more surprised. This was where the God's Seal catalog was miraculous. If one's perception was good enough and their soul force was strong enough, then they would definitely be able to see the items within the storage ring. Only then would they be able to report the true number. To be honest, this still surprised Ling Xiao. These 365 people had more than 10 million items, and the quality of each item was much better than the drifting snow sword in his hand. It was really enviable. Fourth question: how many people are using the fire profound meaning in the painting? This problem had obviously become more difficult. Because not only did you have to recognize the Upanishads that these people were using, you also had to see the attribute of their Upanishads. If you didn't have enough comprehension ability, you wouldn't be able to do so. 6. Ling Xiao's reply was as quick as ever. Being able to answer the fourth question correctly caused the old man to be even more surprised. This was because he had always been in charge of the God's Seal Catalog's test. In the years before the expansion, there were only a few people who could answer the first 4 questions. In any case, there wouldn't be more than 10 people in each test. Fifth question: how many people are using the Thunder Profound Meaning? 25. Ling Xiao's reply was slightly hesitant because the Thunder Profound Meaning was different from the Fire Profound Meaning. The Fire Profound Meaning was more obvious, while the Thunder Profound Meaning was more hidden. He could only wait for the moment the painting moved to find the truth. Pleasant surprise! Absolutely pleasant surprise! The old man's eyes were filled with excitement. Even the small dog lying on the side barked twice. How could he not be excited? In the past, there wouldn't be more than one disciple who could answer the 5th question. Sometimes, there wouldn't even be one. Ling Xiao's performance was truly amazing. 6th question: you have to be careful. How many people in the painting have a star martial spirit? This was indeed difficult. Martial spirits were things that couldn't be seen if they weren't used. If he wanted to analyze it, he had to inject his soul force into the painting and then spar with the people in the painting one by one to draw out their martial spirits. This time, Ling Xiao spent a little more time. After about 8 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, 233. This time, the answer was no longer important to Ling Xiao. He suddenly realized that after he withdrew his soul force, it actually caused a huge change to the mountain-river diagram. The original mountain-river world only had the earth and no sky because the sky was just a piece of darkness. But this time, it was different. At this time, the sun, moon, and stars actually appeared in the sky. He had a feeling that although the mountain-river martial spirit hadn't leveled up, it was obviously stronger than before. The fusion rate between his soul and the mountain-river martial soul had also increased to 20%. At this moment, Ling Xiao could even feel the old man's fervent expectations for him. He couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, he only wanted to get full marks in this section, but now it seemed that he couldn't continue. If he really got full marks, he was afraid that something would happen. Comprehension wasn't considered a kind of talent, but sometimes it was even more terrifying than talent. Ling Xiao didn't want to cause a stir. It was better to restrain himself a little. With his current score, the first section was full marks. The second section and the third section's additional points could actually be said to be full marks for 2 sections. Even if the third section wasn't full marks, it should be acceptable. In fact, the so-called full marks of 100 in this assessment should be 60 points, because the other 40 points were additional points. Potential plus 20 points, combat skills plus 10 points, comprehension plus 10 points. Currently, only Ling Hao and Ling Xiao had received additional points. And because Ling Hao had already been taken away by the Golden Light Heavenly Sovereign, there was no competition. Ling Xiao could get 56 points, which was definitely enough to be accepted. Even if only 3 or 4 people were accepted, he was definitely qualified. Thus, there was really no need to be ostentatious. Thinking of this, when the old man asked the 7th question, Ling Xiao simply said that he didn't know. Although he said that he didn't know, in fact, he used 10 breaths of time to comprehend the mural again, and actually gained a lot. The profoundness of this mural was more exquisite than the profoundness of Transcendent Realm Warriors. Because of this, he actually instantly comprehended the third move of the Snow Lotus Sword art, congealing water, and the fourth move, ice art. This speed made Ling Xiao feel that it was very unbelievable. Chapter 250. The third move of the Snow Lotus Sword art, congealing water, was a move that could freeze everything. Its speed might not be as fast as the first move, and it did not have a force field, but its terrifying freezing power could end the enemy. The fourth move of the Snow Lotus Sword art, Icy Heart. To be precise, this move should be one of the auxiliary moves of the 5 moves. When using this move, all the true essence in the body would be transformed into ice energy. In this case, the power of all the other 4 moves of the Snow Lotus Sword art would be increased by at least 1 to 10 times, which was really terrifying. Especially once the 5th move was mastered, it could be said to be as terrifying as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Of course, the greater the power, the greater the consumption. Therefore, the process of using this move still depended on Ling Xiao's precise control. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill the enemy after using all his true essence, he would die. Of course, all these changes were not noticed by the old man. He only heard that Ling Xiao couldn't answer the 7th question and was obviously a little disappointed. However, he quickly returned to normal. That was because if he could even answer the 7th question, this kid could really be called a peerless monster. The old man even suspected that Ling Xiao was not human. Fortunately, Ling Xiao stopped answering crazily in time. Otherwise, it would really cause a big disturbance. Junior can leave now, right? Ling Xiao stood up and was about to leave. Since the test was over, there were still other people coming. He couldn't keep taking up time here. Wait a moment. The old man stopped Ling Xiao and said, Kid, this old man has been in charge of the God Investiture Catalog test for many years. In the Yuehua school, I am not a big shot, but I still have some strength. I don't know if you are interested in cultivating with this old man? Huh. Ling Xiao did not expect this at all. He thought that this kind of good luck would not fall on his head, but he didn't expect it to be waiting here. The trouble now was that he could feel that this old man's cultivation was not as good as Golden Light Skymaster, which was similar to Elder Bai. With such a backer, he was afraid that the flame deity would not be able to suppress him. If he followed this person, it would be troublesome. If this old man had a good character and was willing to protect him, then he would have been killed by the flame deity. If this old man's character wasn't good and he heard that he had offended the flame deity, then following this old man would be even more troublesome. So no matter what, he really couldn't leave with this old man today. Thinking of this, he already had a plan in mind. He cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. However, my aptitude is too poor, and my temperament is dull. I'm afraid I'm not suitable to be Senior's disciple. If Senior has any needs, please don't hesitate to tell me. Even if I'm not your disciple, I'm still willing to serve you. These words could be considered appropriate. He was not willing to be a disciple, but he was willing to help. If the old man was still holding a grudge, then he was probably a narrow-minded person. There was no point in taking such a person as a master. On the contrary, it indirectly proved that Ling Xiao's approach was correct. If the old man didn't hold a grudge, then Ling Xiao would interact more with this old man. Even if he didn't rely on him, at least he could build a good relationship with him. There would always be a time when he would be useful. The other party treated him with sincerity, so he would naturally treat the other party with sincerity. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. This old man was indeed a little abrupt today. However, after you join the sect, you can slowly interact with him. Maybe you'll change your mind? Although the old man was a little disappointed, he wasn't angry and just smiled. It was just that these words clearly expressed that he wasn't willing to give up such a good disciple. Ling Xiao didn't dislike this kind of person. The old man looked up to him because he really thought well of him. If he hadn't defended the flame deity, he would have really agreed. After all, joining a sect and having such an old man to help him was definitely not a bad thing. If Junior wants to choose a master, he will definitely choose Senior. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "Senior, can Junior stay a little longer?" He had just comprehended the 3rd and 4th moves of the Snow Lotus Sword art, and knew how powerful the God's Sealing Catalog was. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain some benefits. Even if he couldn't completely comprehend the 5th move, obtaining some understanding of the rules of martial arts was also good. This God's Sealing Catalog was simply an encyclopedia of martial arts. It was a pity that not everyone could understand it unless their soul was strong and their perception was outstanding. The higher one's perception, the greater the benefits they would obtain. "Sure." The old man smiled and said. Right now, he wanted to accept Ling Xiao as his disciple. Therefore, there were some things that he would naturally try his best to satisfy Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know that what Ling Xiao wanted to do would definitely shock him. Ling Xiao's idea was to see if the mountain river martial spirit could directly copy the God's Sealing Catalog. In this way, he could comprehend the mysteries of martial arts from the God's Sealing Catalog at any time. This was too helpful. Earlier, because of the urgency of time, he didn't do so. But now, he could give it a try. Just as Ling Xiao was attempting to copy the God's Sealing Catalog, Elder Bai walked in. They were clearly at the same cultivation level, but Elder Bai was actually very respectful to this old man. "Elder Yang, is his test not over yet? The people outside are all waiting." Elder Bai lowered his head and asked respectfully. "Let them wait. Also, without my permission, you can't come in without permission. This is against the rules." Elder Yang glanced at Elder Bai and said in a dignified manner. Elder Bai glanced at Ling Xiao awkwardly. He was puzzled. Although Ling Xiao's combat skills were strong, his potential could only be considered below average. Why was Elder Yang so concerned about him? Although he was puzzled, he still retreated. Strictly speaking, he really couldn't casually enter this room. It was only because he had waited outside for too long that he was afraid that something would happen. "It's done!" Ling Xiao realized that as long as he increased the input of his soul force and circulated the mountain river martial spirit, he could instantly copy the God's Sealing Catalog into the mountain river world. At this moment, there was an additional building in the small town of the mountain river world. It was an underground building and the interior was exactly the same as this room. "Senior, this junior can do it. I can't let others wait for too long." Ling Xiao's words were truly shameless. He had already gotten what he wanted. If he didn't leave, what was he waiting for? "Kid, don't be too anxious. This God's Sealing Catalog isn't that easy to comprehend. If you like, you can come once a month," Elder Yang said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded. He thought to himself, "Although you are indeed good to me, it's a pity that I don't need this benefit anymore." Of course, although he had obtained the God's Sealing Catalog, there were some things that he couldn't solve by himself. In the future, he would have to look for Elder Yang. Chapter 251. He, old man, you're already a half-step celestial venerable, but this little guy looks down on you. Just after Ling Xiao left, the puppy actually spoke in human language. It was obviously mocking Elder Yang. Half-step celestial venerable. The master this kid wants is a celestial venerable. Elder Yang sighed and said, "It's a pity. His comprehension is too terrifying. He could at least answer the 7th question, but he deliberately didn't answer the question in the end. I guess he must have some enemies, so he doesn't dare to be too arrogant." The puppy nodded and said, "Well, that should be the case. His enemy is probably a celestial venerable from our Yuehua school. Why don't you take him as your disciple?" Elder Yang suddenly looked at the puppy and said, "Forget it. My standards for taking disciples are very high. Although his performance is eye-catching and his comprehension is very high, I still need to observe him for a while. You also know that when I choose disciples, the most important thing is their character." The puppy looked like an expert, and its words were also very dignified. "That's true. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. There's no rush, no rush." Elder Yang smiled and looked out the door. At this time, Ling Xiao had already walked to the hall outside. Everyone looked at him a little strangely. It was because he had been in there for the longest time, but he didn't get a full score. According to the score announced by Elder Bai, Ling Xiao only got 6 points. Although it was the highest score so far, how could it take so long? Ling Xiao didn't care about what they thought. Anyway, he roughly told Cold Plum about his experience inside. Of course, he skipped some things. He hoped that it would be of some help to Cold Plum. However, when Cold Plum came out, she told him that all the questions had been changed. However, Ling Xiao's words still played a certain role. Cold Plum got 4 points in this round, which was not bad. Among the other people who did well, Suing and Zhao Ji both got 6 points, which showed that the two of them were still good at comprehending. Zhao Xi got 3 points. Elder Yang didn't mention taking Suing or Zhao Ji as his disciple, which made Ling Xiao a little worried. Because this meant that Elder Yang had already seen that he deliberately didn't answer the 7th question. However, even though he was worried, he had no enmity with Elder Yang. Moreover, from the exchange just now, it was quite good. Elder Yang probably wouldn't publicize this matter. What's more, Elder Yang wanted to take him in as a disciple, so he definitely wouldn't reveal this secret. Otherwise, wouldn't his disciple be easily snatched away? After the 4th assessment, the Yuehua School's enrollment test was officially over. According to Elder Bai, this time, Yuehua School only recruited 10 students each time. This time, because of the expansion, they directly recruited the top 30 students. Even if Dai Yuling and Ling Hao had already taken 2 spots, there were still 28 spots left. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He was afraid that he wouldn't be accepted. If he was ranked 28th, there wouldn't be a problem. However, while he was relieved, more than half of the people present were trembling with fear. There were still 68 people left here. First place, Ling Xiao, 56 points. Although Ling Xiao got first place, most of his points were from his combat skills, so no one thought that he was that great. Instead, Zhao Ji, who got second place, and Suing, who got third place, got the most attention. His first place was probably the most worthless first place in the entire competition. Cold Plum got 4th place, and Zhao Xi got 5th place. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the rest at all, so he didn't care too much about their rankings. For Master Bai Yun, it was really a surprise that all 3 of his recommended candidates were selected to enter the sect. He was originally worried that Dai Yuling and Cold Plum wouldn't be accepted, but it turned out that Dai Yuling had other opportunities. Cold Plum's potential was much better than he had imagined. As a master, he was really a little unqualified. Not bad, old Bai Yun. Your disciple actually got first place in the entrance test. Do you want to hold a banquet to celebrate? Su Ling said with a laugh. It was obvious that his words were full of sarcasm. Among the 3 people he brought, only Suing was selected, and she only got 3rd place in the end. But in terms of potential, Suing had an immortal grade treasure body, which was far better than Ling Xiao's treasure body. She was a real talent that could be cultivated. In other words, no matter what the current ranking was, his daughter would become an elite in the sect in the future, and Ling Xiao would gradually dim until no one cared about him. Master Bai Yun just smiled and didn't reply. Because he knew clearly that Ling Xiao's true potential was definitely not worse than Su Ying's. The list of 28 people was soon out. Including Ling Hao and Dai Yuling, there were a total of 30 people. Although some people were not convinced by Dai Yuling, the problem was that there was no martial artist with a healing-type martial soul, not to mention that Dai Yuling's martial path remnant soul had been perfected to 80%. So they had nothing to complain about. This was the final result. Speaking of which, among the 30 people, Ling Hao was the most outstanding one. Next were Zhao Ji and Suing. Both of them had immortal-grade treasure bodies. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon become the best of the outer sect disciples, and then be promoted to the inner sect. After them were Ling Xiao, Zhao Xi, and Cold Plum. However, most people directly ignored Ling Xiao, not because they hated him, but because he was a man. Zhao Xi was the princess of Northern Han. She was dignified, elegant, and lovable. Cold Plum was beautiful and cold. Although she was not good at dressing up, she had a unique style and was still sought after by many people. After all, in the Yuehua school, there were more men than women. On the same day, the Yuehua school gave the 30 new disciples 2 hours to say goodbye to the elders and masters who had accompanied them. Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum reluctantly said goodbye to Grand Master Baiyun. Grand Master Baiyun promised Ling Xiao that he would look for the Divine Sword sect after returning and help guard it. This was also something he had promised Ling Xiao. Ever since the Blue Eyes race invaded the Baiyun province, Ling Xiao had been very worried about the Divine Sword sect. That was his home, his family. Afterwards, Len Hao returned to Golden Light Exalted Celestial and Dai Yuling returned to Herb Mountain. The other 28 people followed Elder Bai to the Outer Sect main hall to register their ranks. Elder Bai was one of the Outer Sect elders. Ling Xiao did not know that the Outer Sect was actually very important in the Yuehua school. The Yuehua school's daily life was inseparable from the Outer Sect, including the purchase of food, medicine, and equipment. It even included the management of worldly affairs. It really was inseparable from the Outer Sect. In addition to cultivation, the Outer Sect disciples were also responsible for these chores, especially now that the taboos of the 12 sects had been abolished. Their connections with the outside world would become increasingly close, and the Outer Sect disciples would probably have even more matters to attend to. After registering at the Outer Sect main hall, Elder Bai informed the new disciples of the sect's rules one by one. At this moment, Elder Bai no longer had the cold expression from before. He looked more like a capable shopkeeper. Chapter 252. Speaking of the Yuehua school's forbidden area, the most eye-catching thing was the towering Moonlight Pagoda. Looking from the Outer Sect's main hall, the Moonlight Pagoda became even clearer. However, most of the pagoda towered into the clouds, so it was impossible to see it clearly. No one knew how many floors it had. According to Elder Bai, the Moonlight Pagoda was a treasure of the Yuehua school's primordial sect master, the Moonlight Goddess. It was also the foundation of the Yuehua school. It could absorb the moonlight and stabilize the Yuehua school's providence. Even Elder Bai didn't know how many floors the Moonlight Pagoda had. Other than the Moonlight Goddess, no one else had been able to climb to the top of this mysterious pagoda. Even the current Yuehua school's sect master couldn't do it. When Ling Xiao looked at the Moonlight Pagoda in his soul immersion state, he could clearly feel a mysterious ancient aura coming from the pagoda. His mountain river martial soul actually had a feeling that it wanted to devour the Moonlight Pagoda. Be good, don't act recklessly. Otherwise, I'll be finished. Ling Xiao hurriedly suppressed the impulse of his mountain river martial soul. In his opinion, since his mountain river martial soul wanted to devour the Moonlight Pagoda, it most likely meant that the Moonlight Pagoda wasn't a treasure but a martial soul. The Moonlight Goddess martial soul. Alright, the registration is done. Next, I'll bring you to the Outer Sect disciples' residence. Actually, although the Outer Sect disciples didn't have much status in the Yuehua school, they were still quite important. Therefore, the place they lived in wasn't as shabby as Ling Xiao had imagined. Although the place wasn't big, the windows were clean and everything was complete. Furthermore, there were 4 people in a stone house, so it was quite comfortable. It was just that it might not be convenient for cultivation. However, there was basically no need to worry about cultivation. Cultivating in the Yuehua school was naturally different from cultivating in the secular world. Normally, they would choose to cultivate in the mountains with abundant heaven and earth spirit qi. Furthermore, there were also disciples or elders who opened up cave abodes in the mountains. It would be best if he could have his own cave abode. After arranging the accommodations for Ling Xiao and the other new Outer Sect disciples, Elder Bai left. He still had his own matters to attend to. Naturally, it was impossible for him to accompany these new disciples. Anyway, when the time came, there would be someone in charge of assigning duties and tasks to the new disciples. As an Outer Sect elder, he didn't have to worry about it. He didn't know if he should say that Ling Xiao was lucky or unlucky. In his stone house, there was actually an old disciple called Wu Xiang. It was said that because this person's cultivation aptitude was not good, no one was willing to live with him. In the end, he came out alone. Due to the expansion of the recruitment this time, the stone house was obviously a little tight. It was unlikely that they would let him live in a stone house alone, so they arranged for 3 new disciples to live together. The other 2 were the 2 princes of Northern Han. Second Prince Zhao Ting and third Prince Zhao Ji. An old disciple and 2 princes. Both of them could be considered big shots. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. However, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. He came to Yuehua school to improve his strength. He didn't have the time to care about such things. Before that old man Bai Yun left, he had made a promise to him. Old man Bai Yun would take care of the Divine Sword sect. He would help Bai Yun rescue his daughter. A man's promise was worth 1,000 gold. Moreover, this was a fair exchange. He had no reason to slack off. With old man Bai Yun protecting his grandfather Hong Qi and brother Ling Luo, he could be at ease. In the sect, transcendence didn't seem like much. However, in the secular world, transcendence were still powerful enough to make one's hair stand on end. Even if this exchange was excluded, he still wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. He had no parents since he was young. Grandfather Hong Qi had never told him what his parents did. He only said that they were dead. However, even if they were dead, he still wanted to know the identity of his parents and how they died. And this required him to become even stronger. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Moreover, in this vast world of sects, there were countless capable people. Powerhouses were as common as clouds and geniuses were as common as trees in a forest. The young him was really excited and longed for it. When Ling Xiao heard He Suo say that his master, Grandmaster Bai Yun, was one of the weakest outer disciples of Yuehua school, he thought that all the old outer disciples of Yuehua school were transcendents. However, after asking Wu Xiang, he realized that this was not the truth. Wu Xiang was a bit slow and timid, but he was very amiable. He helped Zhao Ting and Zhao Ji make their beds. Then, he chatted with Ling Xiao. As for the 2 princes, they were nowhere to be found. The royal family of Northern Han and Yuehua school were inextricably linked. Ling Xiao didn't want to delve too deeply into it. After all, it was their resources. What they wanted to do with it was none of his business. So your master is Grandmaster Bai Yun? Wu Xiang sighed and said. Actually, there is a rule in the Yuehua sect. Inner sect disciples who can't break through to the heaven realm by the age of 100 will be sent back to the outer sect to do some mundane things. Master Bai Yun is such a person, but he is definitely not the worst among the outer sect disciples. After all, once an outer sect disciple reaches the transcendence realm, he can automatically become an inner sect disciple. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao roughly understood He Suo's words that day. He was just mocking old man Bai Yun. Bai Yun couldn't explain it. After all, being sent back from the inner sect to the outer sect was more shameful. Then, the strongest in the outer sect is a half-step grandmaster? Ling Xiao asked. The so-called grandmaster was an honorific for transcendence. It was the same reason why heaven realm cultivators were called heavenly venerables. A half-step grandmaster was naturally much stronger than an ordinary peak 9th layer martial vein cultivator. However, they couldn't break through to transcendence. That's right. Among the outer sect disciples, there are 30 half-step grandmasters. As for peak 9th layer martial masters, there are more than 100. This is because there was a limit to the number of disciples. In the future there will be more outstanding disciples. Wu Xiang nodded his head and said, when you reach the outer sect, you have to be careful. After all, there are no outer sect disciples whose cultivation is below the 9th level martial vein. The worst is at the late 9th level martial vein, just like me. Senior brother, don't be discouraged. You are only in your 30s. There is still a long way to go. There will always be opportunities. Ling Xiao didn't know how to comfort Wu Xiang. He could only say some polite words. Wu Xiang smiled and didn't say anything. However, there was no spirit in his eyes. It was obvious that his spirit had been worn down. Something happened. Suddenly, someone barged in from outside and shouted at Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling, you're with that Ling Mei, right? She's been targeted by someone. It's Tian Chao, who's ranked 50th in the outer court." Ling Xiao knew this person. He was in the same batch of disciples. They had chatted a little before. He was an extrovert. Tian Chao. Wu Xiang heard the name and was about to explain it to Ling Xiao. However, he found that an afterimage had already rushed out of the door. This is bad. To be honest, Wu Xiang had a very good impression of Ling Xiao. After Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting learned that he was the last in the outer sect, they disdained him. Chapter 253. Ling Xiao's attitude towards Wu Xiang was different from that of Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting. Even though he knew that Wu Xiang was ranked last among the foreign disciples, he was still very polite and respectful. This made Wu Xiang feel a little warm. Even if he didn't help, he didn't want something to happen to Ling Xiao as soon as he arrived at the Yuehua school, so he chased after him. Tian Chao, who was ranked 50th in the outer sect, was at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. He was definitely very powerful. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was at most at the peak of the 8th level martial vein. How could he fight with an expert of this level? He would definitely be at a disadvantage, so he had to stop Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's movement technique was too terrifying. By the time he arrived at the scene, Ling Xiao was already standing in front of Cold Plum, blocking Tian Chao. "Hee, why are you so nervous? I didn't plan to do anything. It's just that my clothes are torn and I want this junior sister to help me mend them." Tian Chao looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Then, he took off his clothes and deliberately made a tear. "My sister is clumsy and doesn't know anything about needlework. Why don't I do it for you?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "You?" Tian Chao sneered and said. "You can do it, but the tear on my clothes seems to be very big." As he spoke, Tian Chao tore his clothes again and threw them to Ling Xiao. While the clothes were still in the air, Ling Xiao suddenly slapped them with his palm. The clothes immediately turned into powder. "Kid, what are you doing?" Tian Chao's eyes widened as he shouted. "I'm just dealing with a piece of trash," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although Cold Plum wasn't injured this time, the other party's provocation was very obvious. He said that he would hide his strength and bide his time, but there was no need for that under the transcendent realm. His fighting skills were already very strong. This was something that both He Saw and the Flame Deity knew. What was the point of hiding it? "Kid, you're really tired of living?" Tian Chao swung his fist, but he was stopped by someone. "Junior brother Tian, it's so boring to bully a new disciple. I'll just get him to compensate you for your clothes." The one who blocked Tian Chao was Wu Xiang. "Compensate?" Tian Chao suddenly grinned and said. "That's good too. My clothes are made from the best silk in the Sky Dragon continent. It's worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. If you can't pay, then don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, he glanced at Wu Xiang, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Then, he turned around and left. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. "Senior brother, I was just looking for someone to spar with to see how good the outer disciples of the Yuehua school are. Why did you have to interfere?" Although he thought so in his heart, Wu Xiang had good intentions after all, so it was inappropriate for him to say anything more. He only cupped his fists and thanked him. "There's no need to thank me. However, he said that it's 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If junior brother doesn't have them, I can help you pay for it first," Wu Xiang said. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were very precious in the secular world. In fact, it was also very precious in the eyes of the outer disciples of the Yuehua school. After all, Wu Xiang had done many tasks and saved up for a year, but he had only accumulated 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to make friends with Ling Xiao, he would not have lent it to him. "Senior brother Wu, thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for that. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "You have it? I don't have that many low-grade spirit stones. I just don't want to give it to you. Senior brother, you don't have to worry about this. I know what I'm doing." Ling Xiao actually had 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, but he did not want to show his wealth. His words made many of the new disciples break out in cold sweat for him. Tian Chao had always had a habit of bullying the new disciples. Other than Cold Plum, the others had also been harassed. A few of the new disciples had even been seriously injured by Tian Chao. Anyway, as long as they did not die or become disabled, it was not a violation of the rules. This was a bit similar to the latent dragon camp. They knew how terrifying Tian Chao was. More than a dozen 8th level martial vein martial masters could not even last 3 moves against Tian Chao. Of course, this was also partly because Zhao Ji, Su Ying, and Zhao Xi were not present. Cold Plum and Ling Xiao did not make a move. Even so, Tian Chao's strength was very terrifying. Ling Xiao also knew this. He even felt that Tian Chao's strength should be at the same level as the General of the 9 Moons, or maybe even stronger. After all, it was too difficult for the General of the 9 Moons to learn a gold-grade martial art, but Tian Chao could learn it casually. The gap in cultivation was narrowed by the martial art. If Tian Chao were to go to the mortal world, most of the martial masters at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein would not be his match. Only Lin Zhe, Wan Ben, and the master of the Baiyun Monastery would be able to win against him, and it would definitely be a tragic victory. This was the advantage of being in a sect. Of course, this was only for other martial artists. Ling Xiao, who had the mountain and river martial spirit, was not afraid of Tian Chao. "Senior brother Wu, if you are free, why don't you take us around the outer sect? For example, the outer sect's library or something like that. Do you have it?" Ling Xiao quickly put Tian Chao's matter aside. Now that he was out, he wanted to take the time to familiarize himself with the outer sect's environment. It would be convenient for him to do anything in the future. The Yuhua School's library is called the Moon Pavilion. It is divided into the outer sect's Moon Pavilion, the inner sect's Moon Pavilion, and the core sect's Moon Pavilion. I will take you around first, then we will go to the outer sect's Moon Pavilion. Wu Xiang was very enthusiastic. He had nothing to do anyway. In the past, when no one paid attention to him, he would cultivate alone in boredom. Now that Ling Xiao was willing to be friends with him, he was quite happy. Wu Xiang first took Ling Xiao and Cold Plum around to familiarize themselves with the terrain before heading to the outer sect's Moon Pavilion. "Cold Plum, what's wrong with you?" On the way to the outer sect's Moon Pavilion, they passed by a valley. Cold Plum suddenly stopped, her face very dignified. This made Ling Xiao a little worried. "It should be the murderous aura that entered her body," Wu Xiang explained. "About 100,000 years ago, this valley was a battlefield. I once read in a book that a foreign killer killed 1,000 masters of the Yuhua school in this valley, causing the murderous aura here to fill the sky. There is actually such a terrifying person? His strength is actually not strong, but his martial arts are too strange." Wu Xiang shook his head and said, "It's a pity that the records in the book are not clear. Otherwise, I really want to know what kind of master he is." "Gongzi, I'm fine." Cold Plum glanced at the valley and smiled. Ling Xiao didn't suspect anything. After all, Cold Plum's cultivation is not as good as his. It is very likely that she was disturbed by the murderous aura. What he doesn't know is that Cold Plum is very anxious now. She has been saved by him repeatedly, which makes Cold Plum feel happy and very annoyed. After all, the purpose of Cold Plum following Ling Xiao is not to rely on Ling Xiao, but to help Ling Xiao. Chapter 254. Ling Xiao and the other two quickly arrived at the outer sect's moon tower. The name was different, but it was similar to the Ling family's library. The only difference was that there were more ancient books inside, and there were no incomplete secular martial arts. The worst of them were quasi-transcendent martial arts, and there were many other transcendent martial arts. They could be studied at will, and there was no time limit or status restriction. As long as you were an outer sect disciple of the Yohua school, you could study them. In the secular world, quasi-transcendent martial arts were the absolute arts that many martial artists dreamed of, not to mention transcendent martial arts. They were like the stars in the sky, difficult to reach. Unless one was extremely talented and had a transcendent master, it was impossible to come into contact with more transcendent martial arts. Of course, here, transcendent martial arts were called gold martial arts, but they were the same in nature. Gold, jade, immortal, divine. These were the grades of martial arts outside the secular world. Oh right, apart from the 4 grades of gold, jade, immortal, and divine, each grade is further divided into 4 grades: entry, rare, superior, and peak. You should know this, right? Wu Xiang was considerate enough to even explain such basic matters. I've heard about it from Master. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum nodded. At this moment, Ling Xiao was clear that his heavenly dragon golden body was a superior gold grade martial art. This also confirmed his previous thoughts that it was not unreasonable for the golden sky dragon body to be so powerful. The gold grade martial arts that he had encountered before were all gold grade entry-level martial arts, which were of a different grade from his martial arts. How could they defeat him? After parting ways with Wu Xiang, Ling Xiao went to look through the gold martial arts in the Moon Tower alone. After entering the sect, he realized that there was a reason why there were no gold martial arts manuals in the secular world. There were only profound martial arts manuals. Most secular martial artists were unable to organize these profound martial arts manuals, and even if they did, they would not easily leak them. But it was different in the sect. There were as many experts in the sect as there were clouds in the sky. Gold-grade martial arts profundities were nothing at all. After they had comprehended them and organized them into martial arts secret manuals, it was an extremely simple matter. Therefore, the gold-grade martial arts that he saw now were all in the form of secret manuals and not the profound stone tablets. The gold-grade martial arts in the outer sect's Moon Tower were all entry-level. Actually, he didn't care for them because he heard from Old Man Baiyun that after becoming an inner sect disciple, he would be able to obtain better gold-grade martial arts. However, he still copied all of these entry-level gold-grade martial arts. He didn't want to use it as a trump card. Instead, he wanted to use it to increase the levels of Cloud Dragon Divine Travel and Ox Demon Art. Right now, Cloud Dragon Divine Travel was a gold-grade entry-level movement technique. As for the Ox Demon Arts, it was still stuck in the ranks of peak-grade martial arts. He needed to feed it some gold-grade martial arts. This way, it would definitely be able to rise to the ranks of gold-grade martial arts. After copying them, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to these martial arts secret manuals. Instead, he went to another place. The so-called miscellaneous books were books that weren't martial arts. They included astronomy, geography, and so on. They were all knowledge related to this mystic world. Ling Xiao believed that while increasing his strength, he also needed to broaden his horizons as much as possible. Otherwise, he would only be a frog at the bottom of a well if he remained stagnant. He didn't notice that Cold Plum had already quietly left the Moon Tower. Cold Plum returned to her residence and packed her luggage. Then, she left a note for Ling Xiao. She didn't have the courage to say goodbye to Ling Xiao face to face. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to part with him. Because there weren't many female disciples, she lived alone in a stone house. She wasn't afraid that the note would be taken away by others. After leaving the stone house, she ran straight towards the valley that she passed by earlier. The killing intent there made her feel very familiar. She believed that the killing intent would only be beneficial to her and not harmful. Turning her head to look in the direction of the outer sect's Moon Tower, she muttered to herself, "Young master, wait for me!" Then, she leapt down into the valley. Within the valley, a huge black shadow suddenly flew up and completely swallowed her. Ling Xiao didn't know what happened to Cold Plum. He was still focused on reading the book. There was a book that recorded the ancient cultivation system, which made Ling Xiao feel like he had obtained a treasure. He had always known about the 9th level of the martial vein and the transcendent realm. Later, he learned from Master Bai Yun that the martial vein realm was from the transcendent realm to the celestial realm. However, from this book, he found that he was really quite ignorant. It turned out that the cultivation realm was far more than what he knew. The path of cultivation was divided into the martial vein realm, the transcendent realm, the celestial realm, the grotto realm, the yin-yang realm, the reincarnation realm, the human immortal realm, and the true immortal realm. There were a total of 8 realms. He thought that the flame deity's celestial realm was already ridiculously powerful, but now it seemed that he was really a frog in a well. If he hadn't read this book, he wouldn't have known this. According to the book, the strongest person on the heavenly dragon continent was a celestial realm expert. After that, unless it was a hidden expert, there were no stronger people. Therefore, the Yuhua school's records were blank as to what the realm above the celestial realm was. The Yuhua school was one of the 12 sects on the heavenly dragon continent. It was a super powerful sect. If they didn't have it, the other sects probably didn't either. It seemed that if he wanted to know about the realm above the celestial realm, he would have to leave the heavenly dragon continent. However, the book also said that in the ancient times, the realm above the celestial realm did exist. There were even experts who cultivated to the true immortal realm. However, true immortal realm experts were very rare even in the ancient times. Even the founder of the Yuhua school, the Moonlight Fairy, was only an expert in the immortal realm. Closing the book, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and put this matter aside for now. Then, he went to read about the local customs of the heavenly dragon continent. Just like that, he spent several hours reading. Junior brother Ling, Cold Plum is missing! Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in the sea of knowledge, Wu Xian came to him anxiously and said that Cold Plum was missing. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned. He hurriedly put down the book in his hand and went to Cold Plum's residence. The door was not locked. There was a note on the table that was pressed down by an inkstone. Young master, Cold Plum originally wanted to protect you, but she became a burden to you. So, she wants to go out and improve her strength. Don't worry, I've found a suitable place to cultivate. Don't worry, Cold Plum. There weren't many words on the note, but the meaning was clear. Sigh. In fact, Ling Xiao had been worried for a long time. However, he didn't know how to persuade Cold Plum. This girl was also very stubborn. It was fine as long as nothing happened to her. In the past, in order to test Cold Plum's potential, Ling Xiao dripped a drop of blood into the 7-star flower in his mountain river world. This created a special connection between him and the refrigerant. Although he couldn't determine Cold Plum's location, if something happened to Cold Plum, he would be the first to sense it. Chapter 255. It's good that nothing happened. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He did not intend to look for Cold Plum. That girl could still survive after becoming a slave. He really did not need to worry too much about her. More importantly, Lin Mei was the same as Ling Yixue. Both of them had better choices and were going to improve their strength. Why should he stop them? Since they were fated, they would meet again. He thought for a moment, crushed the note into powder, then turned and walked out of Cold Plum's room. At the same time, in He Sao's cave, outer sect disciple Tian Chao was being lectured. Tian Chao, I just received news that Cold Plum has disappeared. You can take this opportunity to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Just say that he hid Cold Plum. This is a betrayal of the sect. If he does not hand her over, you will have the opportunity to deal with him. He Sao lightly said. Your previous method of finding fault was too stupid. It is called making trouble without reason. If we want to find trouble, we have to find a legitimate reason. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain in front of that meddling elder Bai. Listening to senior brother's words, Tian Chao suddenly saw the sun. Tian Chao flattered. Okay, you go immediately. This kind of opportunity is rare. Because of my special identity, it is not good for me to make a move on that brat in the sect. I will leave this matter to you. Senior brother, you're being too polite. Your business is my business. Tian Chao mischievously smiled. After saying goodbye to Heiso, he turned and left. He really did not expect to make a fortune this time. Heiso said that as long as he could cripple Ling Xiao and make him unable to cultivate in peace, he could get 10 high-grade true elemental dawn and 10 middle-grade spirit stones. This was too precious. As an outer sect disciple, he was only eligible to obtain middle-grade and low-grade true elemental dawn. High-grade true elemental dawn were simply not eligible. Although he could obtain middle-grade spirit stones, it would be good if he could get 10 of them in a year. Such a small matter could make him a year's income. How could he not be happy? However, Tian Chao did not know that his deal with Heiso had already been discovered by Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao came out of Cold Plum Stone House, he looked around with soul immersion. He couldn't find Cold Plum, but he accidentally found Tian Chao and Heiso's deal. He sneered in his heart. Originally, if you, Tian Chao, were just someone who liked to look for trouble, then I would just teach you a lesson. But now that you're in cahoots with Heiso, then I'm sorry, I won't let you off easily. He was not interested in continuing to observe the two of them. Instead, he turned his attention to the valley that was filled with murderous aura. That was the last place where Cold Plum's aura disappeared. He believed that Cold Plum was in the valley. This surprised him. This was because the murderous aura in the valley had already condensed into some intelligent non-human lifeforms. Even heaven-tier elites would find it difficult to enter, but Cold Plum was able to enter unscathed? This was truly strange. However, he didn't think too much about it. In this world, everyone had their own opportunities. It just depended on whether they could grasp them. He, Ling Xiao, obtained the mountain and river martial spirit. Dai Yuling was accepted as a disciple by an expert of Herb Mountain. This was actually a kind of opportunity. It was better to go back and cultivate. Although dealing with Tian Chao should not be a problem, Tian Chao was only ranked 50th in the outer sect. The difficulties he faced might be greater than he imagined. Although the flame deity looked down on him, and even couldn't be bothered to suppress him because his aptitude was not good enough. But Heiso was different. Heiso would definitely continue to find trouble with him. If Tian Chao couldn't do it, he might call for someone stronger. If a half-step master really came, he really wouldn't be a match. At this time, the sky was already hazy, and the moonlight outside the window was very bright. After Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting left, they did not return. Wu Xiang went out on a mission. Only Ling Xiao was left in the room. He locked the door, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Right now, the fastest way to increase his strength was to advance to the 9th level of the martial vein. Before he came, he was about to break through, so he simply swallowed 3 heaven essence bone-changing pills. While cultivating the heavenly dragon golden body, he intended to use the snow lotus truth to break through the shackles of his cultivation. At this time, his cultivation was stronger than before, and his body was also stronger than before. Therefore, he did not need Old Man Bai Yun to protect him. He could even create 2 doppelgangers and use the shadow cultivation secret technique to continue practicing the Divine Hell King's fist and the bronze sword manipulation technique. There was still one move of the Divine Hell King fist that he had not comprehended. He believed that with the benefits he had obtained from the God's Sealing Catalog, he should be able to easily comprehend it. After all, he had easily comprehended 2 moves of a gold-grade martial art like the Snow Lotus Sword art. This Divine Hell King fist was only a quasi-gold-grade martial art, so it was even easier to comprehend. As for the bronze sword controlling art, he had not cultivated it after obtaining it. The main reason was that time was too tight. In order to increase his cultivation, he had temporarily put it aside. In the Moon Pavilion of the Outer Sect, his understanding of martial arts was also clearer and more detailed. In the past, he always felt that the bronze sword controlling art should be a quasi-transcendent martial art, which was a quasi-gold-grade martial art. Its power was comparable to a transcendent martial art, which was a gold-grade martial art. But now he knew that the bronze sword controlling art was actually a gold-grade martial art. Moreover, it was a superior gold-grade martial art. It was actually right that he did not cultivate it in the past. If he had cultivated it earlier, based on his knowledge and experience at that time, it would have been very difficult to cultivate. But it was different now. After observing many battles between transcendent martial artists and comprehending the God's Sealing Catalog, his understanding of gold-grade martial arts was already very deep. The cultivation this time was not as painful as when he was in the White Cloud Monastery. The Heaven Essence bone-changing pill only gave him a slightly more numb feeling. This meant that his body was indeed much stronger than before. After a night, Ling Zhao's cultivation was already close to the limit of the 8th level martial vein. He was almost 1 foot into the 9th level martial vein. However, it seemed that he was still lacking something and was still unable to break through. However, the cultivation results of the Avatar were astonishing. He had already thoroughly comprehended the last move of the Divine Prison King Fist, Ghost King Annihilation. When this move was used, it was simply the combination of the previous 4 moves. A terrifying Ghost King would appear in the opponent's mind. At the same time, it would be accompanied by Ox Head, Horse Face, Black and White Impermanence. In addition, there would be a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost generals. One could imagine that when Ling Zhao used this punch, martial artists with weaker souls would probably collapse on the spot. As for the bronze sword controlling art, he had also successfully cultivated it to the peak of the small success stage, which was the 3rd level. After all, this was a superior gold-grade martial art. It still needed time to slowly cultivate. After cultivating the bronze sword controlling art to the great perfection stage, the flying sword could be transformed into 36 rays. Moreover, the lethality of each ray was not inferior to the main body. Not only that, he could also comprehend the Heavenly Dipper sword formation and control it. Chapter 256. According to Ling Zhao's estimation, the power of the Heavenly Dipper sword formation would not be inferior to that of a top gold-rank martial art. The key was that the sword formation would have a special effect of being able to absorb the power of heaven and earth, which was even more wonderful. The special effect of the Heavenly Dipper sword formation was to absorb the power of heavenly lightning. As for the specific effect, Ling Zhao had not tried it yet, so he did not dare to say. As the sun rose, Ling Zhao moved his stiff body and walked out of the stone house. Wu Xiang dragged his tired body back. He did not know where he had gone for the entire night, but he looked very tired. "Senior brother, what kind of work are you doing? Why is it so hard?" Ling Zhao saw that there were many calluses on Wu Xiang's hands. They did not look like they were caused by cultivation at all. Instead, they looked more like they were ground out from hard work, so he could not help but ask. Wu Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He did not know if he could not say it, or if he did not have the strength to say it. Ling Zhao helped him into the house. Just as he put him on the bed, the wooden door was suddenly kicked open. Wu Xiang was so frightened that he stood up from the bed. Ling Zhao also looked outside the door in surprise. "If you want to find fault, so be it. Why do you have to go against the door? This is public property. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Standing outside the door was naturally Tian Chao. Behind Tian Chao were 3 people. However, their cultivation bases were not high. They were only at the middle 9th level of the martial vein. Speaking of which, it was embarrassing. In the past, the middle 9th level of the martial vein was already considered an absolute expert. However, here, it seemed somewhat insignificant. "Ling Zhao, we found out that Cold Plum did not return last night. We suspect that she betrayed the sect. You have to give us an explanation for this." Tian Chao's voice was unquestionable, as if his words were an imperial edict that could not be violated. Wu Xiang could not help but feel worried. This Tian Chao was clearly trying to pull a banner and pull a tiger's skin. He was trying to pin a groundless crime on Ling Zhao's head. However, this was really a reason. Even if it was investigated later, it would still be reasonable. After all, Tian Chao could be considered a member of the outer sect law enforcement team. Although he was just a small fry, it was perfectly justifiable for him to do this. If Ling Xiao did not accept it, he would probably be forcefully taught a lesson. Tian Chao's coming here was probably what he had in mind. It's so lively today. I've just returned and I've already encountered such a thing. Coincidentally, the second Prince Zhao Ting, third Prince Zhao Ji, as well as the fourth Prince Zhao Yu, Princess Zhao Xi, and Su Ying. Seeing this scene, the fourth prince could not help but clap his hands to clap. He was a person who loved to watch a good show. Wu Xiang wanted to step forward and be the peacemaker, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Senior brother Wu, you should rest. It's just 3 or 4 small fries. They'll be dealt with in a moment. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wu Xiang could only swallow the words he was about to say. How was she going to sleep when the door was torn down? What arrogance! The 3 of you, tie him up for me. Tian Chao sneered. If he could, he would be too lazy to make a move. After all, it was not a good reputation to bully the weak with the strong. Because of this, he had been taught a lesson by Elder by several times. Yes. The 3 people behind him walked out and tried to restrain Ling Xiao with a very fierce method. However, Ling Xiao only took a step forward. Suddenly, his body emitted a terrifying black light and a cold wind. This was the effect of the Divine Prison King Fist. He did not need to use a gold-grade martial art to deal with 3 kittens. It was better to try the effect of the Divine Prison King Fist. He had just comprehended the 5th move, Ghost King Extermination. He really wanted to find a strong opponent to practice with. At the same time, the 3 mid-stage 9th level martial vein martial artists stopped. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and their faces were filled with fear. Ghost King Extermination. Ling Xiao roared and punched out with both fists. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. The surrounding outer disciples all retreated to the side because a terrifying image had formed in their minds. It was too terrifying. This was only the aura that leaked out. Boom! An explosive sound rang out. The 3 mid-stage 9th level martial vein martial artists were all blasted out of the stone house. Not only were they seriously injured, but even after falling to the ground, their bodies continued to tremble because the terrifying image in their minds was still there. All of you are trash. Trash. Even though he said that, Tian Chao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He found it hard to imagine why a peak 8th level martial vein stage martial master would give him such pressure when he was clearly a late stage 9th level martial vein stage martial master. Why did he have the urge to run away? No, he had to attack. Otherwise, this fear would grow deeper and deeper. Mixed Essence Palm. This was the gold-grade martial art that Master Baiyun had once used. It was called a transcendent martial art in the secular world. In fact, it was just a beginner gold-grade martial art. But even so, there was no doubt that it was powerful. For most people who had just joined the Yuehua school, they would inevitably feel fear when they saw such a move. A pure energy formed a round ball in Tian Chao's right hand. It was especially obvious that it was full of destructive power. Ghost King Extermination. Ling Xiao was still using Ghost King Extermination. He was not proficient in using this move, so there was a small mistake. He planned to repeat it until he completely mastered this move. He punched out with both fists. A black wind wrapped around his fists, and then turned into a ghost-like shape that pounced on Tian Chao. Bang! The Mixed Essence Palm and Ghost King Extermination met halfway, and the 2 forces produced a strange explosive effect. Ling Xiao took 2 steps back and stabilized his body. Tian Chao also took 2 steps back, but suddenly he held his head and screamed. In terms of the surface attack, the 2 of them should be evenly matched. However, the destruction of the soul caused by Ghost King Extermination was impossible for Tian Chao to defend against. Puff! Tian Chao directly bit his tongue and then spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Finally, he managed to expel that terrifying soul force from his body. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Tian Chao was indeed much stronger than the 9th level martial vein experts in the secular world. At the very least, Ming Tian could not do this in the past. Lin Zhe and Wan Ben could not do it either. He was surprised, but Tian Chao was shocked. This expert, who was ranked 50th in the outer sect, really did not expect that Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 8th level martial vein, could make him so embarrassed. There were not many disciples in the Yuhua school, but there were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples. Tian Chao was really strong to be ranked 50th. The new and old outer sect disciples watching the battle were also shocked. This was a result that none of them had expected. Su Ying's expression was not very good. She had hoped that Tian Chao could teach Ling Xiao a lesson, at least to vent her anger. But now it seemed that Tian Chao could not be counted on. Ling Xiao was stronger than she had imagined. The 50th in the outer sect is just SOS so. Chapter 257. To deal with Tian Chao, Ling Xiao was too lazy to use the stronger floating snow sword. Novel, the ice-glazed sword was enough. 13 swords transforming shadows. It was still a quasi-gold martial art, which was also a quasi-transcendent martial art in the secular world. 13 figures appeared from Ling Xiao's body and tore through the air, pouncing on Tian Chao. Although Ling Xiao was currently using the quasi-gold grade martial art, 13 shadow transformation swords, he was secretly using the 4th move of Snow Lotus sword technique, Ice Heart, because he wanted to see if this move was effective against all sword moves. The result of this test was good. Although the buff wasn't that great, the power of the 13 swords transformed shadows had almost doubled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The figures kept flashing and the sword light kept stabbing out. Tian Chao felt like an idiot. He could only defend in a sorry state, and did not even have a chance to counterattack. But even so, there were still many wounds on his body. His clothes were pierced until they were mottled, as if they had been washed by a rain of swords. Great Chaos Palm! Knowing that he would lose if this continued, Tian Chao finally used his martial soul. Behind him was a huge palm. The palm was yellowish and was 3 to 4 meters tall. There's such a strange martial soul? Ling Xiao had seen it today. This kind of martial soul was not seen in the secular world. And it was a complete martial soul. It was just a transparent body in the first stage. To use his martial soul to deal with a new outer sect disciple, Tian Chao felt extremely ashamed. So he wanted to completely defeat Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao kneel in front of him and apologize. This way, he might be able to make up for his sorry state today. The terrifying huge palm seemed to merge with Tian Chao's palm and directly push towards Ling Xiao. In the process, a layer of the ground was pushed away and new soil rolled out from the ground. The scene was very shocking. You think you're the only one with a martial soul? Ling Xiao sneered and shook the long sword in his hand. Blood shadow destruction. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Everyone was able to sense a biting cold air. However, they were unable to determine where this cold air was coming from. The blood shadow martial spirit combined with the sure kill skill of the 13 shadow transforming swords. Blood shadow extermination. The power of this move might not be comparable to Tian Chao's Great Chaotic Origin Palm, but in terms of strangeness and lethality, it surpassed it by far too much. You'd better stop what you're doing, or else my sword will go in. When Ling Xiao reappeared, the ice-glass sword in his hand was stabbed into Tian Chao's back. Moreover, the sword had already pierced into his body. It was only an inch away from his heart. If it was just a light push, this sword could end Tian Chao's life. I won't move! I won't move! Tian Chao was completely scared out of his wits. Fortunately, killing was not allowed in the sect. Otherwise, he would definitely die here today. This was because he didn't even see how Ling Xiao had attacked. His face was pale and his body was trembling. He was already regretting accepting this matter from He Suo. He thought that he could easily get those rewards, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying that it completely exceeded his expectations. Hiss! Everyone watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air. No one thought that this would be the result. Su Ying's expression became more and more unsightly, while the third Prince Zhao Ji lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. And not bad, not bad. The effect of the fourth style of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Ice Heart, is really impressive. In terms of attack power, it can completely make the quasi-gold grade martial art, 13 Shadow Swords, surpass a gold grade martial art. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the results of his experiment. Tian Chao, some money really can't be earned. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword and patted Tian Chao's shoulder. Do you know who injured He Suo? It was me. Do you think you're stronger than him? Hearing this, Tian Chao couldn't help but tremble. He Suo was a transcendent realm third-layer cultivator. He only heard that He Suo went to Baiyun province and returned with serious injuries. It was rumored that He Suo was injured by Grandmaster Baiyun, but it seemed that this rumor might not be true. Enough, hurry up and take your people and leave. I don't want the same thing to happen a second time. If there is a next time, although I can't kill you, I can definitely make it so that you won't be able to break through for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao kicked Tian Chao's butt, but Tian Chao didn't resist and ran away like a wisp of smoke. He didn't even care about the three people lying on the ground. I'll have to trouble senior brothers and sisters. If anyone knows these three dogs, take them away. Leaving them here will affect the environment. And Tian Chao, stop right there! Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something. Tian Chao had already run more than 100 meters away, but when Ling Xiao shouted, he obediently stopped. Junior brother, what are your orders? Immediately find someone to replace this door with the best material. You only have half an hour to prepare. After half an hour, if this door isn't replaced, just wait for it to be destroyed. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for Tian Chao. This time, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. The key was that because of this guy, Cold Plum left. He vented all the displeasure in his heart on this unlucky guy. I'll immediately call someone to fix it. Don't worry. Tian Chao ran away as if he had been granted amnesty. Not bad, Brother Ling. Your battle skills are really amazing. Although many people were shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, Zhao Ji seemed to be different from them. Zhao Ji already knew that Ling Xiao's battle skills were strong, but his potential wasn't as good as his, so he still wanted to win over Ling Xiao. Your Highness, Second Prince, you flatter me. Battle skills are just insignificant tricks. Potential is the way to go. Ling Xiao didn't dislike Zhao Ji, nor did he have any intention of befriending him. Because people of the imperial family entered the world of sex, there was actually only a little bit of relationship left. It was really meaningless. Hee hee. Zhao Ji smiled a little awkwardly. When he first moved into the stone house, he used a condescending attitude to persuade Ling Xiao not to spend too much time on battle skills. But today, he was slapped in the face. If Ling Xiao's battle skills weren't so powerful, no matter how good his potential was, it was meaningless. He would probably have been destroyed by Tian Chao long ago. Junior brother Ling, that Tian Chao is not an obedient person. You offended him this time. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. Wu Xiang sighed and said, I've already figured out Tian Chao's strength. He's a little stronger than a cat or a dog, but there's no need to be afraid. Ling Xiao didn't understand why Wu Xiang was so worried. You don't understand. Tian Chao has a very good relationship with some of the top 30 outer disciples. The top 30 outer disciples are all half-step masters. They're not at the same level as Tian Chao. If they come to trouble you, you'll really be in trouble. Wu Xiang smiled bitterly. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Wu. I'll be careful. Chapter 258. The trouble he was worried about did not appear. Instead, Tian Chao really sent a few people over to help change the door of the stone house. The material used for the new door was quite good. In any case, it was much better than the broken wooden board from before. An ordinary 9th-level martial vein realm martial master would not be able to break this door with a single punch. Since Tian Chao was so obedient, Ling Xiao could not be bothered to find trouble with him. Instead, he entered a state of cultivation again. He originally thought that fighting with Tian Chao would stimulate the power in his body and break through to the 9th level martial vein realm. However, the effect was obviously not that good. Tian Chao was too weak. He could not make Ling Xiao use much of his true essence. The pressure was not great, so the breakthrough was not successful. Since he was unable to break through for the time being, Ling Xiao did not think too much about it. He simply focused on improving his fighting skills. After today's events, he also realized that although fighting skills were not as important as cultivation, without a backer, if his fighting strength was not good, it meant that he would be suppressed. Therefore, he had to work together in this aspect. One of his clones continued to cultivate the bronze sword controlling technique, while the other began to cultivate the new Divine Prison King Fist. It was said before that once the Divine Prison King Fist was cultivated to the highest realm, it would be upgraded. Although the name of the Divine Prison King Fist had not changed, there were many more moves. Furthermore, its grade had been upgraded to a gold grade rare martial art. In addition to the power of the first 5 moves, there were also new moves. However, these 3 moves were completely different from the previous 5 moves. It could even be said that they did not belong to the same system. They were life-taking, soul-stealing, and destruction. Life-taking was to take a person's life. This punch was extremely powerful. Soul-stealing was to destroy a person's soul. It focused on attacking the soul. Destruction was the combination of the first 2 moves. It killed people and stole their souls, making it impossible for the opponent to survive. Why does this move sound so terrifying? Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. Even so, he still had to cultivate. There was no good or evil in martial arts. It all depended on who used it. He had never been picky about martial arts. As long as he felt that he could use it to improve his strength, he could use it. After the 2 doppelgangers were done with their arrangements, the main body began to practice the gold-grade entry-level martial arts copied from the Moon Tower. Of course, he didn't learn these things to use in battle. It was purely for nourishment for Cloud Dragon Divine Journey and Ox Demon Arts. Since Ling Xiao had already cultivated a rare gold-grade martial art, it was much easier for him to comprehend this entry-level martial art. In less than a day, he had already cultivated a gold-grade entry martial art to the Great Perfection realm. Then, he directly handed it over to the Ox Demon Arts to devour. The anticipated evolution had begun. Because Ox Demon Arts was of a lower grade, he hadn't really used it. But now, he could finally bring it back to the battle schedule. After a round of devouring, Ox Demon Arts successfully evolved. After the evolution, the name of the Ox Demon Art changed, becoming the 9 Demons Divine Art. Of course, the change in name also brought about an increase in level. At this point, Ox Demon Arts had successfully evolved into a gold-grade entry-level martial art. The 9 Devil Divine Arts was clearly of the same attribute as the Ox Demon Arts. It was classified as a supplementary cultivation method. It could increase the power and level of other martial arts. Moreover, it could also form a strange armor like the Ox Demon Arts. This kind of armor could completely cover the martial artist's body, causing the martial artist's body to become very tall. In addition, it had a special effect, and that was demonization. The so-called demonization was the ability to transform one's whole body or part into 9 types of demon kings. Currently, he could only transform into an ordinary ox demon or demon king. To Ling Xiao, this was undoubtedly an additional layer of protection for his life. It was easy to imagine how shocking it would be if Ling Xiao, who was in the state of the 9 demons' divine arts, used other martial skills. It could even be said that the 9 devil divine arts gave the 13 swords transformed a new opportunity to withdraw from the battle schedule. This was because once the 9 devil divine arts was used, all martial arts would automatically increase by a level. Then, the quasi-gold grade 13 swords transformed martial art would be equivalent to a gold grade entry-level martial art. If it was combined with the ice heart, then it would be possible to display the power of a rare grade martial art. It must be known that even among the disciples of the Ohwa school, those who could simultaneously master 3 gold grade martial arts were very rare. Moreover, The gold-grade martial arts they mastered were mostly entry-level martial arts, because only inner-sect disciples could come into contact with rare-grade martial arts. Unless they brought a higher-level martial art from the outside world, but those who could do such a thing were probably only Su Ying or Zhao Ji. Even Zhao Xi couldn't comprehend it because she didn't have enough potential. From this point of view, Ling Zhao's advantage in martial arts in the outer sect was very obvious. This was also the reason why he didn't fear a quasi-master. The ox-demon arts evolved into the 9 devil divine arts, and the cultivation of the 2 doppelgangers also had results. The bronze sword controlling art smoothly entered the realm of greater mastery, and it had already been cultivated to the 5th level. He also comprehended a new move for the divine Hell King Fist, Kill. It took him a full day and night to do all this. Wu Xiang still didn't return for the whole night, and Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting didn't stay in the stone house either. He didn't know if it was because the conditions of the stone house were too poor, or if there were other reasons. In any case, Ling Xiao discovered that their cultivation had improved a lot, and he guessed that they had obtained some benefits. People from the imperial family were really good. However, this kind of thing couldn't be envious. At dawn, Wu Xiang came back. This time, he was directly carried back, and it could be seen that Wu Xiang's body was seriously injured. "Senior brother Wu? What's going on?" Although Ling Xiao didn't spend much time with Wu Xiang, this honest person was very good to him. He brought him to familiarize himself with the situation and explained some of the rules of the Yuehua school to him. This couldn't be considered a great favor, but Ling Xiao was the kind of person who would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. He couldn't bear to see his friends get injured, so when he saw that Wu Xiang was seriously injured, his expression didn't look too good. Without waiting for Wu Xiang to speak, one of the 2 people who brought Wu Xiang back sighed and said, "Newcomer, I know you defeated Tian Chao, but the situation in the outer sect is more complicated, so you shouldn't ask too much. It's not the first time senior brother Wu was injured, but it wasn't this serious before." After saying that, the 2 of them hurriedly left. "Let's go, I'll take you to the medicine hall." Without saying anything else, Ling Xiao carried Wu Xiang on his back and rushed to the medicine hall. The medicine hall was a very large organization in the Yuehua school, and it was equivalent to the outer sect hall. Even the herb mountain was part of the medicine hall. Chapter 259. "Oh, little guy, we meet again? It's Senior!" Ling Xiao had never expected to meet the old man who had guarded the God's Sealing Catalogue in the medicine hall. Of course, his dog was also there. Novel La, the dog, was still sleeping lazily on the table. It only glanced at Ling Xiao's arrival and ignored him. "Ha ha ha, we are really fated!" Elder Yang laughed very happily. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Senior, please help me take a look at Senior Brother Wu's condition. Hee, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to trouble this old man. However, since you're here, this old man will personally diagnose him." Elder Yang was definitely not bragging. He was the hall master of the medicine hall. Usually, when an injured person was sent here, even if it was an inner disciple, he would let the pharmacists under him deal with it. He would not easily make a move. Even the higher-ups of the Yuehua school might not be able to invite him. Although his cultivation was not particularly strong, as a pharmacist, he was a very high-level one. He was simply a special target of the Yuehua school's protection. Including the Yuehua school's headmaster, no one dared to touch him easily. After all, there were too many experts who owed him a favor. Once they made a move on him, they would become a target of scorn. Such an amazing person was actually willing to give face to Ling Xiao. In the end, he had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's comprehension and wanted to take him in as a disciple. Otherwise, a small outer disciple like Ling Xiao would not be worth it. Well, it's not a big problem. It's mainly because he was overworked and beaten up. That's why he's like this. I'll just prescribe him some medicine. After a round of diagnosis, Elder Yang said, "This child is probably working in a mine. The sect needs a lot of iron ore to forge weapons, but this kind of thing should be handed over to ordinary people in the secular world. Why is an outer disciple like him doing this? Ling Xiao looked at Wu Xiang, who had already fallen asleep, and could not help but feel a little angry. It was clear that someone was trying to make life difficult for Wu Xiang. That was why they did this. Thank you, senior. You don't have to be so polite. Have you considered my request? If you really don't want to be this old man's disciple, you can come work in the medicine hall. In any case, you should be announcing the new outer sect disciples' work assignments today, Old Jiang said with a smile. All right, senior, since you've put it this way, if I still don't give you face, then I'm really not a good person. Ling Xiao simply nodded. He had thought about it. Although Elder Yang's strength was inferior to the flame deities, his status was definitely higher than the flame deities, a newly advanced sky-tier elder. Moreover, if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he would need medicinal herbs. Working in the medicine hall was a very good choice for him. Moreover, looking at Wu Xiang's situation, he had already offended He Suo. If things went wrong, he might be assigned to a more difficult place to work. That would not be good. Ha ha, that's great. How about this? When the deacon in charge of assigning tasks arrives and assigns you a job, just tell him that you've already discussed it with this old man. He definitely won't dare to stop you. Elder Yang laughed, and said, Understood, then this junior will take senior brother Wu away first. Well, remember to let him take the medicine on time. If possible, it's better not to do that kind of work anymore. It's too hard, and it will delay your cultivation time, Elder Yang reminded him. Ling Xiao nodded, then took the medicine, paid the money, and carried Wu Xiang back. Because it was just ordinary medicinal herbs, it was enough to pay with money. The Yuhua school also needed a lot of silver and gold to pay the ordinary workers. He couldn't let his disciples do too shabby work. The main reason was that there were not enough people, and it was too much of a waste of cultivation time. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Ling. Wu Xiang had already woken up when he returned to the stone house. What's the trouble? Senior brother, what happened to your injuries? Were you beaten up? Wu Xiang was silent. Senior brother, just tell me. In the outer sect, there is really no existence that I, Ling Xiao, am afraid of. My current goal is the inner sect. Ling Xiao was not arrogant. For him, breaking through to the 9th level of the martial vein would be a piece of cake. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone under the transcendent realm. What half-step grandmaster? He was more concerned about the real transcendent grandmasters. Well said! Zhao Ji suddenly walked in from outside and clapped his hands. The outer sect is just a bunch of small fries. Our goal should be the inner sect. That's where the real geniuses gather. There are many people like Ming Tian and Ling Hao. You came back to accept a job assignment? Ling Xiao asked. That's not it. I've already found a job. I just came back to pack my things and move to the equipment hall, Zhao Ji explained. How about it, Ling Xiao? Come with me. You offended Tian Chao, so the job assigned to you won't be good. Thank you for your kindness, second prince, but there's really no need, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then there's no other way. I just want to remind you that the one who injured Wu Xiang is Yang Qing, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect. He's very strong. Even among the half-step grandmasters, he's one of the best. This can be seen from his ranking. Don't stand up for irrelevant people. It won't end well for you. After speaking, Zhao Ji went to pack his things. Yang Cheng! Ling Xiao silently called out this person's name. Ling Xiao, the assignments are coming. Hurry up and gather at the square. A familiar disciple shouted from the outside. Since Ling Xiao defeated Tian Chao, his popularity among the new disciples was very high. Everyone was willing to build a good relationship with him. Got it! Hearing the shout outside, Ling Xiao responded. He then arranged for Wu Xiang to rest and walked out. On the square, most of the new outer disciples had already gathered here, including a few who had already obtained jobs. They were also here to watch the fun. When Ling Xiao arrived, Zhao Ji also followed him. It's said that the top 30 outer sect disciples will come today. But I don't know how many of them will come. Everyone wants to see, Zhao Ji said to Ling Xiao with a smile. Obviously, he was reminding him that Yang Cheng was the outer sect disciple ranked 10th. They're coming. 3 of them came at once. In the eyes of the new outer sect disciples, the top 30 outer sect disciples were legends. After all, they were the top 30 among more than 1,000 people, and all of them were half-step grandmasters. Therefore, when someone came, they all became excited. Ling Xiao followed the crowd's gaze. He found that there were indeed 3 people. They were all unfamiliar faces. Yang Cheng is really coming. And Liano, who is ranked 26th. Even Jin Ming, who is ranked 3rd, is here. Zhao Ji seemed to be very familiar with the outer sect of the Yuehua school. He soon said the names of the 3 people. After all, he was the second prince of the royal family. He was good at gathering information. Chapter 260. When Jin Ming, Yang Qing, and Li Anil appeared, all the outer disciples waiting in the square showed a look of awe. Novel, of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. To make him feel awe, you must at least be in the transcendent realm. The one in white is Yang Qing. He specializes in using spears, and his spear skills are extremely terrifying. If you want to take revenge for Wu Xiang, you have to understand him thoroughly. Zhao Ji continued. The one next to Yang Qing is Li Anil, ranked 26th, good at movement skills. The one in the middle is Jin Ming, right? Yes, that's Jin Ming. Zhao Ji nodded and said. Jin Ming's body was clearly shorter than Yang Qing and Li Anil, but he gave people a strange illusion, as if he was the tallest and most powerful of the 3. He was thin, like a skinny monkey. However, the confidence and power in his eyes were frightening. Don't be fooled by Jin Ming's appearance. This kid is very powerful. You probably didn't expect that he is best at defensive martial arts. His body is very strong. Don't be deceived by the appearance, Zhao Ji reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. Others couldn't see this, but he could see it. This Jin Ming should have a complete martial spirit that strengthened the body, and his potential should be relatively strong in the physical aspect. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that even if Jin Ming didn't use true essence, he could easily defeat ordinary martial artists below the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Huh! Ling Xiao didn't expect that the deterrent and pressure Jin Ming brought to him would actually make him break through in this situation. This guy's aura was too strong. Compared to him, Tian Chao was not even comparable to an ant. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to consolidate the cultivation of the early 9th layer martial vein. Breaking through now was really not a time-consuming process, but fortunately, he could exchange his main body with his martial spirit avatar. His main body entered the mountain river world to cultivate. The martial spirit avatar stood outside and continued to chat with Zhao Ji. However, Zhao Ji didn't notice such a huge change at all. In addition to possessing a complete martial soul that could strengthen one's body, Ji Ming should have also cultivated a defensive martial art that was not inferior to the heavenly dragon golden body. Jin Ming must have brought it from the outside world. As expected, Ling Xiao was not the only genius. The potential of Jin Ming's body was probably not inferior to Ming Tian's. When they arrived at the square, Jin Ming's aura swelled even more obviously. Many outer sect disciples trembled in fear, and some even knelt on the ground. That kind of terrifying aura was truly unbearable. The qi and blood in his body became restless, and his true essence also seemed to be flowing in reverse. Terrifying! Zhao Xi's face was a little pale. Although he didn't kneel down, his body was obviously trembling. In the secular world, I have never seen such a terrifying half-step master. This guy's aura is probably on par with the transcendent. That Ling Xiao is not bad. Not only did he defeat Tian Chao, but he also did not waver under senior brother Jin's aura. Amazing, amazing. Liano, who was ranked 26th, said with a smile. Only 3 people can stand there. He is indeed extraordinary. Yang Qing said with a gloomy face. At this time, only Ling Xiao, Zhao Ji, and Suing were standing there. The rest were all kneeling on the ground. Humph! Jin Ming snorted coldly, but it was directed at Ling Xiao. A powerful aura directly turned into a substance and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, it was his martial soul avatar that was standing there. The body may be affected by the aura, but the martial soul avatar was not at all, because the martial soul avatar was completely condensed by soul power and true essence. It had no qi and blood, so it was basically unaffected by the aura. Therefore, Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face. Jin Ming's face changed and said, "Good guy, this kid is indeed somewhat capable, but if he wants to be a tyrant in the outer sect, he has to pass through me first. Yes, senior brother Jin, you are the embodiment of justice and the idol of the weak." This Ling Xiao actually bullied Tian Chao, too overbearing. Li Anil hurriedly flattered. He didn't know what Tian Chao said, but it seemed that Ling Xiao's reputation among the outer sect experts was not very good. Jin Ming seemed to be very happy with Li Anil's flattery. He said coldly, "Arrange the work later, and show this kid who is boss first." Originally, the work of the new outer sect disciples was arranged by the deacons of the outer sect. However, these deacons, in the name of training the disciples, gave this kind of work to the top disciples in the outer sect. This time, the person in charge was Jin Ming. Therefore, if he intended to show Ling Xiao who was boss, he could really do it right away. However, Jin Ming didn't know that Ling Xiao had already been reserved by the medicine hall master. Listen carefully, the work of the outer sect disciples is still relatively heavy. If you can't complete it, you won't be able to enjoy the benefits of being a disciple of the Yuehua school and will be punished. You'd better listen carefully. Jin Ming said this and handed a list to Li Anil. "Junior brotherly, you arrange it." In fact, the work on the list had been arranged in advance, so he just had to read it out loud. Li Anil nodded and happily took the list. To him, Jin Ming was someone he absolutely couldn't provoke. He had to smile with him properly so that he could continue to mingle. Although they were both in the top 30 of the outer sect and were both half-step masters, Jin Ming's strength was definitely much stronger than his. Of course, there was another person above Jin Ming, and that was He Suo. He Suo was a genius in the inner sect, so he had to deal with him well. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. Although he didn't know how Ling Xiao had offended senior brother He Suo, today's matter was just to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. It was too simple. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already ended, and he changed his martial soul avatar back to the mountain river world. His cultivation had already advanced to the early 9th level of the martial vein, but on the surface, there was still no change. Of course, this was due to the model. He was now at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, and could deal with most of the matters in the outer sect. For the time being, he didn't want to reveal his 9th level cultivation, so as to avoid being noticed by the flame deity. Ling Xiao keenly noticed that there was a person staring at him from about a mile away. He activated soul entry and looked into the distance. That person was He Suo. At this moment, He Suo was drinking tea while waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Li Anil had already begun to arrange the positions. Zhao Ji, Suing, and Zhao Xi's positions were not announced. It was said that there were other arrangements, so it was obvious that someone had informed them in advance. As for Zhao Ting and Zhao Yu, their positions were very relaxed and they had a lot of benefits. In fact, this was normal. Suing was a member of the Ninja Imperial family, and her talent was astonishing. Chapter 261. Although the jobs assigned to the other new outer sect disciples were not as good as these people, they were not bad either. At the very least, the tasks were relatively normal. There was no difficulty. However, when it came to Ling Xiao, the situation suddenly changed. Li Anil looked at Ling Xiao with a somewhat disdainful expression and said, "Ling Xiao, your job is to be a miner. You are responsible for helping the equipment hall collect iron ore. You have to collect at least 5,000 kilograms of iron ore every day. Do you understand?" 5,000 kilograms. Those who were familiar with the Yuehua school's iron ore knew that even an ordinary miner hired by the outer sect could only collect 500 kilograms of iron ore a day. However, they had actually given Ling Xiao 5,000 kilograms of iron ore. This was even more than the amount given to Wu Xiang. In order to collect 2,500 kilograms of iron ore, Wu Xiang had to work through the night and even neglected his cultivation time. Ling Zhao's 5,000 kilograms was simply bullying. Many outer sect disciples who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao sympathized with Ling Xiao. However, no matter how much they sympathized, they did not dare to say anything. Why would the other party target Ling Xiao? Wasn't it simple? Ling Xiao injured Tian Chao. Someone was probably helping Tian Chao to take revenge. Their thinking was still relatively simple. In fact, if it was just Tian Chao, Jin Ming, Yang Qing, and Li Anno would not easily offend him. However, this matter involved He Suo and the Flame Deity, so the situation was very different. Suing looked at Ling Xiao and was clearly very happy. She absolutely hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Naturally, she was happy that Ling Xiao encountered a difficult task. Under the sympathetic and gloating gazes of the crowd, Ling Xiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "Senior brothers, unfortunately, I can't accept this job." "You can't accept it?" Jin Ming, Yang Qing, and Li Anno looked at each other. They were not angry, but happy. This was because refusing to accept the job could be seen as violating the Yuehua school's rules. Next, they could make Ling Xiao suffer within the scope of the rules. "Are you sure you don't want to accept it?" Li Anno asked with a smile as he walked towards Ling Xiao. "Yes, I'm sure." Ling Xiao nodded. "The rules of the sect. Those who do not accept the job will be severely punished." Li Anno sneered and suddenly sped up. The so-called heavy punishment didn't have a specific standard, so he could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't beat them to death or cripple them. When he was about 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, Li Anno suddenly jumped up. His movement technique was indeed very good, and his speed was also very fast. In the outer sect, in terms of movement techniques, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. Jin Ming sat there without saying a word, a cold smile on his face. Yang Cheng's face revealed a sinister expression. He Suo, who was further away, chuckled. Suing was so excited that she almost screamed. Li Anno was a half-step master. He was much stronger than Tian Chao. She believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand Li Anno's attack. "Quasi-gold grade martial technique? How dare you look down on me?" Ling Xiao found that Li Anno only used a quasi-gold grade martial technique to deal with him. That was a gold grade beginner martial technique. He sneered. Since the Divine Hell King's fist had been upgraded to a rare gold grade martial technique, he could test its power on Li Anno. Divine Hell King's fist, kill! Ling Xiao didn't dodge or evade, only punching out. At that moment, red shadows appeared in Li Anno's eyes. It was as if countless ghosts were attacking him, and each of them had sharp claws and teeth. The terrifying murderous aura caused his body to suddenly stop in midair, as if he was frozen. "Get lost!" Ling Xiao roared. Li Anno's body was sent flying. Then, they saw Li Anno's pale face and trembling arms. "Ghost! Demon!" Li Anno shouted in horror. His strength was much stronger than Tian Chao's. Unfortunately, Ling Zhao's strength had also increased a lot. In addition to today's battle, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In the end, he was beaten to the point where he lost the ability to fight. Although the injury did not seem serious, the mental injury was more troublesome than the physical injury. Seeing this, Jin Ming and Yang Qing both widened their eyes in shock. They knew Li Anno's strength. It was impossible for the two of them to defeat Li Anno in one move. Ling Zhao's combat strength was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. He Suo was so angry that he smashed the teapot. "Idiot, I told you that Ling Zhao's combat skills are terrifying. How dare you underestimate him?" In his opinion, if Li Anno had not underestimated the enemy, he would never have suffered such a crushing defeat. The fact was just as he thought. Unfortunately, There was no if. Ling Xiao, do you want to rebel? You disobeyed the arrangement and injured senior brother. What are you trying to do? Jin Ming said angrily. Senior brother Jin, first of all, you have to understand that it's not that I disobeyed the arrangement. It's just that I've already been informed by the people in the medicinal hall to help them. It's this senior brother Li who suddenly attacked without asking clearly. Ling Xiao said neither humbly nor overbearingly. He attacked rashly and was injured by me. It can only be said that he is not good enough. Why are you blaming me? Medicine hall? Yang Qing snorted. So what if it's the medicine hall? Your work can only be arranged by us. Haha, is that so? Why don't you talk to Elder Yang of the medicine hall about this? If he agrees, I will absolutely obey the arrangement and go to the mine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. So what if I go? Wait, did you just say Elder Yang? Old Hall Master Yang? Yang Cheng's face suddenly changed. That's right. Yesterday, Senior Marshal Brother Wu was injured by some dog. I took him to the medicine hall to treat his injuries. Elder Yang mentioned this matter and asked me to inform the deacon today. Who knew that the deacon didn't come today? Ling Xiao said helplessly. Both Jin Ming and Yang Cheng's faces became very ugly. In the distance, He So was so angry that he smashed the stone table. Suing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She did not expect this result at all. What was this? Why could this Ling Xiao be treated so well by Old Hall Master Yang? Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi looked at Ling Xiao with surprise. They were all members of the royal family, and had no grudges with Ling Xiao. When they heard this, they knew that Ling Xiao must have something extraordinary. Otherwise, with Elder Yang's picky personality, it was absolutely impossible for him to personally ask Ling Xiao to work in the medicine hall. After all, the two of them used a lot of connections to get a better position. Haha, since Old Hall Master Yang asked for you, you can go to the medicine hall. Yang Qing smiled, but his smile was very ugly. Thank you, senior brother. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and turned to walk to his stone house. Chapter 262. After the other new outer disciples had gone to report to their respective places, Yang Qing looked at Jin Ming and said, Senior brother Jin, this Ling Xiao is not simple. Can we afford to offend him? What are you afraid of? He is just a disciple of the old man Bai Yin. We have the flame deity on our side. Why should we be afraid of him? At this time, Lianel had already recovered from the frightening illusion. He gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Ling Xiao, so he absolutely would not agree to let Ling Xiao go. Anil is right. This Ling Xiao is too arrogant. We must destroy his arrogance. Jin Ming also nodded. If that's what senior brother Jin thinks, I have a good idea. Yang Qing suddenly smiled insidiously. What idea? Doesn't he live in the same stone house as Wu Xiang? As long as we ask Wu Xiang to put something in his water, no matter how powerful he is, he can only be trampled on. Unlu, you can take revenge however you want, as long as you don't kill or cripple him. Yang Qing sneered. Isn't it a bit too insidious? Jin Ming frowned and said, Is it necessary for us to deal with a new outer disciple? Senior brother Jin, a real man doesn't care about trifles. You have seen how arrogant and despotic this person is. As half-step masters and top 10 outer disciples, if we provoke him directly, we will be suspected of bullying the weak. But if we ask Wu Xiang to do it, no one will know. Yang Cheng persuaded. Well, you are in charge of this matter. I want to go into secluded cultivation soon to see if I can break through to the transcendent realm. Jin Ming thought for a moment, and said, Senior brother Jin is really diligent. I am afraid you will be the first to enter the inner sect. Don't forget us at that time. Lianel smiled. Of course. After that, Jin Ming also left. That afternoon, in the Yuehua School's iron mine. I really can't promise you. Junior brother Ling is good to me. I can't do that kind of thing. Wu Xiang was called to a remote place by Yang Qing and Lianel. Anyway, Liano was in charge of the iron mine. No one would say anything if he called someone. Bang! Liano kicked Wu Xiang's body and scolded. Trash, listen carefully. If you don't want to continue to be beaten in the future and don't want to continue to do such heavy work, do as we say. Yang Qing squatted down beside Wu Xiang with a smile and said, What are you afraid of? It's not poison. It's just temporarily making him lose his power. We won't kill him. As long as you put this bag of medicine into his water, I guarantee that no one in the outer sect will dare to bully you again. Wu Xiang could only grit his teeth and persevere. Shameless thing. Yang Cheng's storm-like attacks directly greeted Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang did not resist. He only protected his vital parts and curled up his body. In any case, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. He would just have to endure it for a while. However, things did not develop as he expected. This time, Yang Qing and Liano seemed to have gone crazy. Their punches and kicks were not light at all. Wu Xiang's face grew paler and paler. In the end, his hands gradually gave up resisting and his body stopped moving. Stop! Yang Qing suddenly stopped and used his finger to check Wu Xiang's breath. He's not breathing! No way! Liano was also shocked. Yang Qing used his true yuan to check Wu Xiang's condition. He's really dead! Senior brother Yang, what should we do? Although he's just an outer disciple, it's hard to explain his death, Liano said worriedly. Don't worry. No one will care if an outer disciple dies. Yang Qing shook his head and said, In the eyes of ordinary people, the Yuehua school is like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Although it's true outer disciples can't do it. Most of the time, they do odd jobs unless they enter the inner sect. I think senior brother Heisoa also said that it's not a big deal if 1 or 2 outer disciples die. As long as there's someone in charge, the higher-ups will definitely not pursue it. Liano suddenly woke up and thought of Heisoa's words. Yes, only by becoming an inner disciple like senior brother Heisoa can you be considered a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Not only will you be protected by the sect, but you will also get more resources. Unlike now, ordinary outer disciples can only receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and 10 spirit pills a month. Yang Cheng nodded. In fact, compared to the outside world, such a salary was already a lot. Low-grade spirit stones were very precious. The key was that these 10 spirit pills were said to be more effective than the best spirit pills in the secular world. The Qian Yuan bone-changing pill, which was regarded as a treasure by Master Bai Yun, was not ranked in the Yuehua school's spirit pills. In the dark night, Wu Xiang was thrown into the mountains by Yang Qing and Liano. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ling Xiao was cultivating, but he couldn't calm down. As usual, Wu Xiang didn't come back. He couldn't help but look at the bed. I have to find a chance to transfer senior brother Wu back from the mine. This person is really good. He thought for a moment, and walked out of the stone house. Originally, he wanted to look at the scenery, but after entering the soul imprint state, he unexpectedly saw a scene that made him angry. Yang Qing and Liano threw Wu Xiang's body and kicked it a few times. Senior brother Yang, let's not use the drug. Just like how we dealt with Wu Xiang, let's get rid of Ling Xiao. Liano laughed. Let's not touch Ling Xiao for the time being. We have to figure out his relationship with Old Hall Master Yang. That old man is a very protective person. If we kill Ling Xiao and provoke him to come out of seclusion, then this matter will be big. Yang Qing shook his head and said, This kid is really lucky. He can actually get the attention of Old Hall Master Yang. It really makes people jealous. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's go back quickly. Be careful not to be seen by others. Yang Qing called Liano and the two quickly left in the direction of the iron mine. The place where the body was dumped was 5 or 6 miles away from the iron mine. Moreover, there were many wild beasts in the forest. There were also demon beasts and even fierce beasts. They believed that Wu Xiang's body would soon disappear. Bastard! Ling Xiao angrily cursed. He sped up and rushed to the place where Wu Xiang's body was dumped. No matter what, Wu Xiang was his junior brother. Moreover, Wu Xiang was really good to him. He couldn't just watch this person's body be left in the wilderness to be eaten by wild beasts. Ling Xiao, who used the Cloud Dragon divine travel to the extreme, was so fast that it was impossible to see him. If the outer sect disciples saw him at this time, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Senior Brother Wu. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough. When he arrived, no wild beast had approached Wu Xiang's body. His body is still warm. Ling Xiao touched Wu Xiang's body. Then he released his soul force into Wu Xiang's body. Chapter 263. When Ling Xiao's soul force entered Wu Xiang's body, he suddenly discovered that there were two souls in the depths of Wu Xiang's brain. One of the weaker souls was Wu Xiang. The other one was filled with ruthless aura and was extremely powerful. It was actually Wu Xiang. However, this powerful soul had been sealed, as if it was imprisoned in a cage. The weaker soul, other than retaining some memories, was basically about to dissipate. Ling Xiao hurriedly wrapped her with his soul force. "Kid, you can actually enter here. Are you from the soul race?" Suddenly, the soul in the cage asked. "Senior Brother Wu, don't joke around. Of course I'm a human. It's just that my soul is stronger," Ling Xiao said. "Do you have a way to open the seal? As long as you open the seal, I can come back to life," the soul said. Ling Xiao observed the situation of the seal. In fact, the seal had already loosened. Using his Mountain River Martial Spirits analysis ability, he estimated that he would be able to open the seal in about half an hour. However, he was a little worried. The soul in the cage was too ruthless. There must be a reason why it was sealed. If something went wrong, then things might go out of control. "I do have a way, but you have to tell me why you were sealed," Ling Xiao asked. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Ruthless indeed. However, you're just a soul now. Can you kill me?" Ling Xiao said with disdain. He suddenly thought of a sealing profound in the God Investiture catalog. It was called Forbidden Magic Seal. Strictly speaking, this was also a type of martial art. It belonged to the category of auxiliary martial arts. It could seal a martial artist's heart demon. "I have a way." He studied the anti-devil seal and realized that he didn't need to release the ruthless soul completely. Instead, he could add another layer of the seal and slowly release the soul inside. This way, Wu Xiang wouldn't become so ruthless in an instant. "Forbidden Magic Seal, seal!" Ling Xiao released his soul and sent it into Wu Xiang's brain. Then, he used the anti-magic seal to reinforce the cage. However, he released a small group of souls, which merged with the weaker soul in his hand. Then, his soul left Wu Xiang's brain and returned to his own body. From the outside, it could be seen that Wu Xiang's body was emitting a blood-red light. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Wu Xiang opened his eyes, his gaze became much colder than before. "Thank you for saving me, Junior Brother Ling." Wu Xiang immediately knelt on the ground. Although his soul was very weak before, he still knew what Ling Xiao had done. He knew very well that it was Ling Xiao who had saved him. "It's good that Senior Martial Brother Wu is alive. What's going on? Are Yang Qing and Li Ano crazy? They actually want to kill you. And what's with the sealed soul in your body?" Ling Xiao asked. "We'll talk about it when we get back." The two of them returned to the stone house. Wu Xiang told Ling Xiao about how he was forced to drug Ling Xiao. After listening, Ling Xiao wanted to kill him. Since Yang Qing and Li Ano wanted to die, then he didn't need to be polite. "Junior Martial Brother Ling, leave Li Ano and Yang Qing's lives to me," Wu Xiang said coldly. "Junior Martial Brother Ling saw the sealed soul in my body, right? That's actually my original self. I won't say the details. What you did was right. My past was too violent and cruel. I can't completely release it. Otherwise, it won't be easy to deal with. So that's how it is." Ling Xiao thoughtfully nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave the lives of those two to you. However, I have to vent my anger first. Otherwise, I'll feel suffocated. This time, you were almost beaten to death because of me. No, you were really dead. That's up to you. Now that my past soul has been released, my cultivation will increase very quickly. Or rather, it's just returning to my previous level. Killing those two people won't be a problem, but it will take some time. Wu Xiang nodded. Senior Marshal Brother Wu, can I ask what realm you were in before? Ling Xiao suddenly asked curiously. The peak of the celestial being realm, the 10 directions heaven realm. Wu Xiang was silent for a while before he answered. Oh my God! Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were 10 realms in the celestial being realm, and the 10 directions heaven was the highest realm. It was probably the realm that only the strongest person in the Yuehua school could reach. It should be noted that there were no experts above the celestial being realm on the Tianlong continent. Don't tell anyone about this, okay? Wu Xiang said. Don't worry, Senior Marshal Brother Wu. I won't. Ling Xiao would never have thought that he would unintentionally save such a ferocious person. He believed that from today on, Wu Xiang's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds, even faster than the top geniuses. Because he was just recovering, not cultivating. If he became his backer, he would be excited just thinking about it. However, what he needed to do now was to vent his anger and make trouble for Yang Qing and Li Anil. How to make trouble for them was a technical job. Ling Xiao, among the outer court disciples, the top 30 are all given special treatment. After the 30th place, no matter what your rank is, your monthly salary will be the same. But for the top 30, every time you rise by 1 rank, you will receive an increase in your salary of 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 1 elixir. So I suggest that instead of teaching Yang Qing and Li Anil a lesson in private, it's better to challenge them openly. Challenge them openly? Yes, go to the outer hall to find Elder Bai and submit the letter of challenge. Wu Xiang nodded. As long as Elder Bai agrees, they can't refuse. That's a good idea, but it's a little troublesome. Ling Xiao really wanted to make trouble for those two now. It's a little troublesome, but there are many benefits. The key is that it's justified, and they can't find any other reason to blame you. Wu Xiang laughed. Well, I'll listen to you, Senior Marshal Brother Wu. I'll go to Elder by tomorrow morning. The next morning, Ling Xiao really went to the outer hall and submitted a challenge application to Elder Bai. Wait a moment, I need to ask Li Anil and Yang Qing if there's anything important. This challenge was not something that could be casually decided. For example, Jin Ming was currently in closed-door training. If someone submitted a challenge application, the outer hall would definitely not approve it. A moment later, Yang Qing and Li Anil arrived at the outer hall. After Elder Bai roughly explained the matter, Li Anil and Yang Qing both happily agreed. Li Anil was eager to regain his lost face. He always thought that he lost to Ling Xiao because he underestimated him. As for Yang Qing, he could teach Ling Xiao a lesson without being blamed by Old Hall Master Yang. Such a good opportunity, why would he refuse? Well, since both of you can accept the challenge, I'll approve this challenge application. Elder Bai waved his pen and settled it. Then he said, in principle, both sides of the challenge must give a certain reward. Generally, the reward is an item of equal value or something else. Elder Bai, I'll give 10 top-grade true elemental pills as the reward. Yang Qing said. Top-grade true elemental pills were only the most common spirit pills in the Yuehua school, but they were much better than the high-grade true elemental pills in the secular world. Poor Ling Xiao, when he was in the secular world, obtaining a high-grade true elemental pill was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I'll use this precious artifact as the prize. Li Anil's reward was a long spear, a treasure, which was even better than Ling Xiao's floating snow sword. Generally, only transcendent realm cultivators were qualified to use it. Li Anil himself did not use the long spear, so he used it as the reward. Although Ling Xiao did not use the long spear, he could use it as a material to smelt a new sword. Chapter 264. Yang Cheng's wager was 10 top-grade true elemental dawn. Li Anil's wager was a treasure spear. It could be said that these two wagers were very heavy. Ling Xiao, if you can't take out any decent wager, then so be it. Yang Cheng looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and said, If you lose, you will be our servant. If we tell you to go east, you will go east. If we tell you to go west, you will go west. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Hee, just based on the wager of the two of you, you are not worthy of me betting my own fate. Unless you can take out more than 10,000 top-grade true elemental dawn or a divine-grade artifact, I can consider it. He was not afraid of gambling, but in a gambling fight, the value of the wager had to be equivalent. If he used himself to gamble, it would be a bit degrading. Humph, if you don't dare to gamble, then don't dare to gamble. Saying so much nonsense, as if you can really take out any decent wager. Li Anil coldly snorted. Ling Xiao only smiled and did not say anything. He directly waved his hand and a 1,000-year golden snow lotus appeared in his hand. I wonder if this thing is enough as a wager? 1,000-year golden snow lotus. Before Yang Qing and Li Anil could say anything, Elder Bai suddenly stood up and said in surprise, It's enough. It's definitely enough. This 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus is slightly more valuable than what the two of them have offered. Hearing Elder Bai's words, Yang Qing and Li Anil's faces became a bit ugly. They really did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually have such a treasure. Ling Xiao thought to himself, Brother, I still have a lot of treasures. For such a long time, many medicinal herbs and monster beasts have been cultivated in the mountain river world. It's just that there's not enough time and I'm too lazy to take them out. Whether it was medicinal herbs or monster beasts, the longer they were grown, the more valuable they were. This was a well-known fact in the profound world. A 1,000-year golden snow lotus, that had only grown a year ago, was too rare. Now that Ling Xiao's mountain river martial soul had risen to the 9th grade, he had obtained a new special ability, Mountain River Ruler. This ability was also the last special ability that the Mountain River Martial Spirit could give Ling Xiao. According to the description of the Mountain River diagram, although the Mountain River Martial Spirit would continue to level up in the future, it would only strengthen the existing 9 abilities and would not add any new ones. Ling Xiao took a closer look at the Mountain River Ruler ability. It meant that he could control everything in the world. However, his current ability level was relatively low. The effect he could achieve was to guide part of the natural energy between heaven and earth to cooperate with his own true essence to attack. In addition, it could absorb natural energy and promote the growth of plants and animals in the mountain river world. This was even better than before. Any plant or animal that grew in the mountain river world for a day was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Take the gold snow lotus as an example. A gold snow lotus seedling only needed to grow for 100 days in the mountain river world to become a 1,000-year snow lotus. Moreover, this promotion was only temporary. As Ling Zhao's strength increased and the level of his mountain river martial soul increased, the promotion effect would be even better. That was not the best part. The best part was that the animals and plants in the mountain river world would not age after reaching maturity. No matter how many years passed, it was the same. In other words, it was absolutely possible for Ling Xiao to cultivate a 10,000-year demonic beast. It was a pity that this ability could not be used on intelligent races for the time being, such as humans and the blue-eyed race. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would be able to achieve immortality to a certain extent. But even in this situation, being able to cultivate a 1,000-year snow lotus in 100 days was still Ling Xiao's absolute capital. Why did he agree to join the medicine hall and help Elder Yang? Other than not being willing to offend Elder Yang, this was actually the key. Well, since you can take out this 1,000-year gold snow lotus, let's set a date for the challenge. Although they were unhappy in their hearts, Yang Qing and Li Anil also coveted the 1,000-year gold snow lotus very much. If they could win this thing and go to the medicine hall to ask the alchemist to help refine it into an elixir, it would be much better than a top-grade true elemental dan. Therefore, they naturally agreed to this challenge. How about this? I have just joined the Yuehua school and still have some private matters to deal with, especially the medicine hall. Give me a day. How about we have a public challenge the day after tomorrow? Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, Why, you want to challenge 2 people at once? Elder Bai was stunned for a moment and asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Elder Bai frowned, thinking that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. However, he did not have a close relationship with Ling Xiao, so he did not care. He said indifferently, In that case, let's challenge the day after tomorrow. I will send out the notice today. Agreed. Yang Qing and Li Anil also nodded. Since Ling Xiao did not know what was good for him and wanted to challenge 2 people at once, they would not care. Okay, the day after tomorrow morning, the challenge will be held at the outer court challenge platform. If no one is there by noon, it will be regarded as a breach of contract, and the prize will be given to the other party. Elder Bai reminded. Yes. After discussing the challenge, the 3 of them returned to their own places. Not long after Ling Xiao returned, Elder Bai announced his public challenge to Li Anil and Yang Qing. In the square, the notice board was very clear in black and white. Ha, interesting. This Ling Xiao not only dares to challenge a half-step master, but he also dares to challenge 2 half-step masters at once. I have never seen such a crazy person. A lot of people gathered around the notice board. There were new outer court disciples, but more of them were old outer court disciples. No one believed that Ling Xiao could challenge 2 half-step masters at once. Many of the new outer court disciples were worried about Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao was too impulsive. Of course, there were also people who were gloating, such as Suing. As for the old outer court disciples, they were looking forward to seeing Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Second brother, this Ling Xiao is really overestimating himself. He was able to defeat Li Anil that day purely because Li Anil underestimated him. Yang Qing is more than 10 times stronger than Li Anil. How dare he challenge Yang Qing? Is he crazy? Standing in front of the notice board, Zhao Xi said helplessly. This girl was kind by nature, and it was rare for her to be so kind even in the royal family. Therefore, she was more puzzled about Ling Xiao. Maybe he is really confident. Anyway, I think this Ling Xiao is quite capable. Zhao Ji smiled and said, And no matter whether he succeeds or not, he will be a reference for us. Sooner or later, we will challenge the top 30. It will be a waste not to take advantage of such benefits. Alas! Zhao Xi sighed and turned to leave. According to the rules, all outer court disciples could challenge the top 30, but they could only do so once a month. Once they failed, they could only challenge again after a year. Therefore, although Zhao Ji had been itching for a fight, he had not done so because he was not fully confident. Chapter 265. For Zhao Ji and Suing, Ling Zhao's stupid move was a great help. They could use this opportunity to see how strong the top 30 outer disciples were. In fact, in the Yuhua school, the top 30 outer disciples were also called quasi-inner disciples. This was not an official title, but everyone called them that. After all, the top 30 were all half-step masters, and they received more resources than those below 30. They also had more opportunities to receive guidance from the outer sect elders. Naturally, their chances of promotion were greatly increased. It was not an exaggeration to call them quasi-inner disciples. In the outer sect, everyone wanted to become a quasi-inner disciple. Zhao Ji, Suing, and Zhao Xi were no exception. Ling Xiao did not care about the outside world's comments. The reason why he chose Li Anil and Yang Qing was not entirely for revenge. In fact, he also wanted to use them as a reference. Especially Yang Qing, who was ranked in the top 10. If he fought with him, he could roughly judge the strength of the top 10 outer disciples. After that, he would have more confidence to challenge stronger disciples. Although he had advanced to the early stage of the 9th stage of the martial vein, he did not plan to use his cultivation this time. He planned to challenge with the peak of the 8th stage of the martial vein. The greater the pressure, the greater the improvement. This was Ling Zhao's experience. Junior brother Ling, I will be leaving for a period of time. It just so happens that Yang Qing and Liano think that I am dead. I can use this opportunity to go into seclusion and cultivate. I cannot accept your challenge. Wu Xiang had already thought about it. Since the seal had been opened, there was no need to continue hiding. He used to think that by being a good person, he would be safe. That was why he asked an expert to seal his essence soul. But now, it seemed that the world was not as beautiful as he had imagined. Therefore, he did not care anymore. Even if he became bloodthirsty, it did not matter. He believed that no matter what, he would not hurt Ling Xiao. Even if he used to be bloodthirsty, he would not hurt his friends or family. But is it okay to not show up for a long time? Ling Xiao asked. Outer sect disciples aren't that precious. Look, Cold Plum disappeared for a few days. Did anyone care? Wu Xiang sighed and said, as long as an outer sect disciple doesn't disappear for more than 10 years, no one will care. Even if you disappear for more than 10 years, your name will be cancelled. Of course, during the time you disappear, your salary will be stopped. So that's how it is. Looks like old man Baiyun was right. Outer sect disciples in Yuehua school are just a bunch of stinky B** cheese. No one will care about them. Ling Xiao sighed. That day, Wu Xiang left the Yuehua school. He must have gone somewhere to cultivate. Ling Xiao did not have to worry about him. He tidied up a little and left the stone house to report to the medicine hall. Disciples like him, who had been personally requested by the medicine hall master to work in the medicine hall, would live in the medicine hall. After all, the medicine hall also had its own house, which was much better than the stone house where the outer disciples lived. Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Suing also had the same privilege. Dai Yuling probably had the same privilege. The other disciples were not so lucky. Hall Master Yang really valued Ling Xiao very much. When he went to the medicine hall, Hall Master Yang smiled and handed over the matters at hand to his subordinates. Then, he took him to visit the various branches of the medicine hall. The Yuehua School's medicine hall included the Medicine Mountain, the Beast Mountain, the Alchemy Room, the Medicine Hall, and so on. Anyway, there were more than 10 branches, which really opened Ling Xiao's eyes. Along the way, Hall Master Yang did not stop talking about the benefits of being an alchemist to Ling Xiao. He said that he would be respected by countless people, become the hope of the sect's future, and have a meteoric rise. Ling Xiao only responded vaguely. In his heart, no matter how good an alchemist was, he was at most a service staff. If he learned alchemy, it would be used as a support to improve his own cultivation. It would not be his main profession. As long as it did not affect his cultivation, there was nothing wrong with becoming an alchemist. Greetings, Hall Master Yang! Greetings, Elder Yang! Greetings, Elder Yang! Along the way, there were always people who came to greet Hall Master Yang. These people were respectful to Hall Master Yang on the surface, but it was unknown what they were thinking. Perhaps some people respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Some people just did not want to offend Hall Master Yang, so that no one would take care of them when they were sick or injured. There were also some people who just wanted to get the pills refined by Hall Master Yang, so they were respectful on the surface. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, who knew? Hall Master Yang did not seem to care much about these people's attitudes. He was used to these people's flattery, and knew what they were thinking, so he just smiled. The puppy next to him was lying on his shoulder, still dozing off. He did not know why this little guy was so sleepy. It was as if it could never sleep enough. Of course, many people also noticed Ling Xiao. Isn't that the new disciple who publicly challenged Yang Qing and Liano? Why is he walking with Hall Master Yang? They seem to be quite familiar with each other. The people who said this were naturally outer disciples. These outer disciples were already satisfied to be able to get a job in the medicinal hall, even if it was just a hard job. This was because the air in the medicinal hall was full of spirit energy. If they worked for a long time, their cultivation would improve faster. What they did not understand was how a new disciple could come to the medicinal hall, and was personally greeted by Hall Master Yang. Could that kid be Hall Master Yang's relative in the secular world? Forget it, I've never heard of Hall Master Yang having relatives in the secular world. Do you know how old he is? Even if he has relatives, he probably doesn't know them. Is that the new disciple of Hall Master Yang? No way, Hall Master Yang is very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. How can a new outer disciple like him be accepted? You know, even many geniuses in the inner sect who wanted to be his disciple were rejected. Then what do you think is going on? The discussion behind him was very soft, but everyone's envious and jealous gazes were real. Ling Xiao was actually able to receive such high regard from old Master Yang of the Medicine Hall. Even if he wasn't a disciple, his position definitely wasn't low. Over there is the Herb Mountain. This mountain is full of spirit energy and is most suitable for the growth of all kinds of medicinal materials. Before long, Hall Master Yang brought Ling Xiao to the Herb Mountain. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain range with more than a dozen rolling hills and thought of Dai Yuling. These days, he had been busy with his own affairs and did not come to the Herb Mountain to see Dai Yuling. After all, she was his senior sister who had been with him since they were in the latent dragon camp. Chapter 266. Ling Xiao! Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice. Ling Xiao could tell that it was definitely Dai Yuling's voice. At this time, Dai Yuling was learning how to use martial spirits to cultivate herbs from a beautiful senior sister. Today, Ling Xiao found out that Dai Yuling's martial spirit was actually a spiritual herb. He couldn't tell the specific name. However, what surprised him was that the spiritual herb that was originally a broken martial spirit had now become a complete martial spirit. Although it was still transparent, it made Dai Yuling's strength much stronger than before. Dai Yuling! Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling were used to calling each other by their names, so they didn't feel anything wrong. On the contrary, the beautiful senior sister beside her frowned slightly. Old Hall Master Yang, is this the genius you were talking about? Lan Yuer, don't look down on him. This child's perception is high. I'm afraid it's even better than yours. Lan Yuer's age was estimated to be 16 or 17 years old. She might not be much older than Ling Xiao, but her cultivation was frighteningly high. Ling Xiao couldn't tell what realm she was in, but he estimated that it wouldn't be lower than He Suo. Is that so? Lan Yuer glanced at Ling Xiao. There was no color in her cold eyes. There was no contempt, but there was no surprise. It was as if she didn't care at all. Ling Xiao had seen this kind of gaze before. It was absolute confidence and strength. It was as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes. It wasn't targeted at Ling Xiao. However, she ignored Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to her. It was true that she was a beauty, but Ling Xiao really didn't want to make friends with a block of ice. How unpleasant would that be? Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to have a talent in medicine. I really didn't see it before. Dai Yuling said in surprise. You two know each other? Old Hall Master Yang glanced at Ling Xiao and asked. She and I are both martial artists from Baiyun Province. We used to be fellow disciples. Ling Xiao explained. Hall Master Yang, this junior brother of mine is too powerful. When he first came to the latent dragon camp, his cultivation was much lower than mine. But now, his cultivation has surpassed mine. I have to say that he is the most perceptive martial artist I have ever seen. You have a good eye. Dai Yuling seemed to know Old Hall Master Yang, so she spoke casually. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know that Dai Yuling was also requested by Old Hall Master Yang and senior martial sister Lan Yuer. Naturally, they already knew each other. Yuling, there's no need to feel inferior. Learn well under me. With your cultivation, you can only surpass him, Lan Yuer suddenly said. This woman was indeed arrogant. She could not tolerate others surpassing her, and she actually could not tolerate others surpassing her disciple. Lan Yuer's status in Yuehua school was definitely not low. She was only 16 or 17 years old, yet she was already qualified to accept disciples. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is your senior martial sister Lan Yuer. She's amazing. She's only 16 years old, but she's already a transcendent 9th layer cultivator. She's also very talented in medicine, so she's now one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Medicine Hall. Old Hall Master Yang smiled and introduced Ling Xiao to him. Heavens, did this girl start cultivating when she was in her mother's womb? 9th layer transcendent realm cultivation. She's not much worse than Old Hall Master Yang. She's probably one of the best among the inner disciples. Although this woman is arrogant, she has a reason to be. He raised his head and looked at Lan Yuer again with a hint of admiration. He would not lower his head for beauty, but he would never be stingy with his admiration for those who were truly capable. Senior Martial Sister Lan is a true genius. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said, It's good that you know. Lan Yuer said lightly before asking, Old Hall Master Yang has always praised your perception in front of me, and even Yu Ling always praises you, but alchemy is a profound subject. It's not something you can learn just by studying it. If you're only interested in it, I advise you to give up on it as soon as possible. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior Martial Sister doesn't need to worry about that. Although I, Ling Xiao, have never come into contact with alchemy, and I don't understand anything about medicine, I'm still confident that nothing can stop me. He wasn't bragging. With his mountain and river martial spirit, nothing could stop him. As long as he was willing to learn, his attainments wouldn't be worse than anyone present. It was only a matter of time. Lan Yuer frowned. She didn't like Ling Xiao's tone, as if alchemy were easy. If it was so easy, there wouldn't be only a few alchemists in the world. Old Hall Master Yang, why do I feel that your apprentice is a little impetuous? He doesn't know anything about medicine, but he dares to boast so shamelessly. Are you really going to accept him as your apprentice? Lan Yu looked at Old Hall Master Yang and asked. Not yet. Old Hall Master Yang replied. That's good. Old Hall Master Yang, you're quite cautious. Lan Yu nodded and felt that it was normal. Little Lan, you misunderstood. I'm not being cautious. It's just that this kid refuses to acknowledge me as his master. I have no choice but to accept him as my apprentice for the time being. Old Hall Master Yang sighed and said, To be honest, I'm not qualified to be his master. What? Lan Yuer had always been very calm, but now she was obviously very surprised. Who was Old Hall Master Yang? He was the most outstanding apothecary in the Yuehua sect. If he was not qualified to teach Ling Xiao alchemy and medicine refinement, who else was qualified to do so? Old Hall Master Yang, your joke is a bit too much. This Ling Xiao's potential isn't as good as several of his peers, and his strength isn't strong either. What qualifications does he have to refuse to be your apprentice? What is he relying on? Lan Yuer couldn't help but raise her voice. Hee, little Lan, you're really not convinced. I've seen countless geniuses. In terms of cultivation, they might be much stronger than this kid. But in terms of perception, if he says he's second, no one would dare to say they're first. Even I wouldn't dare to say so. Such a good seedling, I don't want to scare him away. It's fine if he doesn't want to acknowledge me as his master. I'm willing to accept it. Old Hall Master Yang laughed. Lan Yuer was dumbfounded. Anyway, with her eyesight and experience, she couldn't see what was so special about Ling Xiao. But this was normal. Although she was powerful, she was only 16 years old. Compared to Old Hall Master Yang, her experience were far behind. Could it be that this kid really had something special? Thinking of this, Lan Yuer was a little more interested in Ling Xiao. Of course, it was just a little bit of interest. Whether this person was worthy of her attention or not depended on his performance in the future. Little Lan, I brought Ling Xiao here today to let him familiarize himself with the environment. On the other hand, I'll have to trouble you to give him some pointers. You know that I'm too busy. I don't have time to teach him the basics. Old Hall Master Yang said with a smile, You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.